Hey everybody, how you doing? I'm Pabs, Rising VTuber and artist, and today we are going to be continuing work on some index cards art on some index card art that we have been, we've been doing this pretty regularly now. I feel comfortable calling it like a regular part of content is such a dirty word, but regular part of like the streaming cycle. That also feels wrong. That makes it sound like it's some kind of supernatural, not supernatural, some kind of like a ecological phenomenon. Like the water cycle or such. I don't know. None of the descriptions feel particularly appropriate, but sometimes you don't need to add a description to something. And I think that's a sentiment I've seen a lot, actually. I remember that, we're going to get right into it as well. But I remember a quote from Kinoko Nasu, the guy who wrote Fate Stay Night, among others. There's a lot of stuff he wrote. That's kind of what happens when you're a writer as a career choice. But yeah, Kinoko Nasu, who wrote Fate Stay Night, once noted that like once you describe something, once you try to put it into words, that kind of automatically limits what it is. So I think in that regard, it's very accurate to say that I forgot where I was going with this, but yeah, we're doing index card art. The first one we're going to do is one that was submitted by Ryan of a dragon girl called Buff, or described as Buff. And this one's actually really fun because the pose is very fun and the proportions of the character are also really fun. It reminds me a lot. It's a very like gargoyle-ish design. Like it's a very stout body, but very strong looking. And I think the best way to do this is to start with the hands, because I feel like the hands are a big part of this pose. I am really proud that I haven't had to start like going to corpo VTubers just yet, though. That day will come, like inevitably that day will come, because I am a Hololive nerd, but I'm trying to like leave it off for as long as possible because it's all too easy. Do you know what I mean? It's like I want to, like, they are just there, right? Like the Hololive cast, well, it's been getting smaller recently, but it's only gonna get bigger for a little while, I imagine. Or maybe it won't actually. Who knows? I'm not in the business of speculating such things. But the way I see it, it's only likely that if I want to try out those designs, they're going to be there forever. But like, I feel like there's much more significance in doing art like this for like people with smaller audiences. I don't know. It's a complicated feeling. I mentioned previously, we've discussed on stream before, like the dynamics of like authenticity in your art, right? In the fact that like authenticity is to some extent just as much a invention of your character, a part of the performance, as is spectacle. What's up happening? Hey Ryan, we're starting out with your submission actually. And also I'm getting philosophical a little bit, as is my wont. Yeah, Ryan does really for everybody listening at home, Ryan does really cracked character designs. I love the stuff he makes. I love the mascot characters he makes. He does really good toku stuff. You should really commission him at some point. Okay, then over here. And then... Or actually, no, this should curve inward a little bit more. Me on my first day of the job as the guy who's building the House of Leaves. We authenticating like the apps. That actually makes me laugh a lot because today I was spending some time learning about like I've got an exam coming up, and part of it is having like a baseline knowledge of certain IT concepts. And I got a little bit of exposure to that at work, but I've been brushing up my stuff just in case they throw me something out of left field. And part of that was like Bitcoin shit. I've only done one mascot technically. Jay's Jacob was all Jupiter's and Jay's doing. Oh, that's neat. I didn't remember that. That feels like an IMBD trivia detail. But yeah, no. Not the fucking Bitcoin. Hey, Corgi! Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I had to learn about cryptocurrency for my business-related job. This is my cross to bear. God. It's fascinating, too, because, like, I remember hearing a lot about like these different like cryptocurrencies and being like, man, what the fuck are they actually selling? And it turns out like the whole thing is like they're trying to sell a specific database. I don't remember what Bitcoins was like, for example, but like there was one called they wanted me to do the main art for the reveal. Nice. Hey Sentai. Can't stay too long because I got work in an hour, but I was intrigued by the idea of a hand cam art stream. Yeah, I'm glad that was intriguing. I've been having a lot of fun doing these. I feel like I have much more animation. You know, I'm able to I love talking with my hands. I do enjoy doing that. Also, I did get the submission on Tumblr for you, Corgi. I am going to be working on that hopefully as well. Rest assured, I have seen everything. Flip us off. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I have an idea. Hang on. I have an idea, and if you're able to pull this off, you get to see me flip you off. Alright, so I am going to... How do I fucking... Rate a channel, manage goals... How do I do a poll? Can I do, like, poll/poll? No? Nada? Unrecognized command? Fuck. Okay, how do I do a poll? Wait, search quick actions. Here we go. Can I not do polls as a non-affiliate? Fuck, that's really gonna throw off my game for this stupid bit on your Twitch dash. I'm looking at my Twitch dash. I don't see... Hang on. Dashboard. Poll. Manage polls for your stream. Here we fucking go. You do not have access to this content right now. No! Fuck! What's the point? 2.5 years of being an affiliate, and this is how they do me. Yeah, no, I'm gonna flip off Twitch instead. You can't see it because it's out of the camera frame. I guess if Twitch doesn't want us to do polls, none of us are getting polls. Crosses my arms, harumph. Fuck my stupid baka VTuber life. I'll have my revenge someday. Doubt a lot, but don't doubt that. Okay, what was this pose that I was drawing? Right, okay. Yeah, no, I was gonna do a funny bit where, like, I was gonna set up a poll and be like rock, paper, scissors, and you choose one, and I was gonna throw the thing, like, 5 seconds, like, 2 seconds before the poll closed. And if you got it right, I would have flipped you off. God damn it, that bit's gone to waste now. There's only so much anger I can express in, like, this, like, Oh, I actually literally have measurements. 16-inch by 10-inch area. Ay, ay, ay. my hands can touch everything but themselves some days, it feels like. I'm sure there is some kind of way to, what do you call, like, jerry-rig a poll using, like, streamerbot.io or whatever you call it. I think it's just streamerbot, actually. I should know, I used it for the auction. Shucks. So that's unbelievable. Although does it actually make sense? I feel like it doesn't. I was gonna give Twitch the benefit of the doubt here and be like, it kind of makes sense that they don't let just any old schmuck do polls. But no, it actually doesn't. You know what? I'm not feeling like a generous man today. Alright, we should be ready to start inking. God, this really is raking my coals, though. Like, do you remember when they imposed that hour limit on... Did I accidentally drop some ink on the tail just there? Hang on. Oh man, I can't get that out. Alright, correction fluid time later. Don't be generous to Twitch, fuck them and fuck Jeff Bezos. You know what, you're right. I do like that Buff's horns are positioned in such a way that they resemble cat ears. That's really cute. I mean, I don't need to give... Oh, hey, Voss. How you doing? Oh, your birthday's coming up, right? On Sunday? Happy birthday in advance. Okay, and then this is gonna be like this, and this. Yeah. Honestly, I can't afford to be as ungenerous to Twitch as I want to be, because, like, what are they going to do? Demonetize me again? I'd like to see them try. Doing good? Glad I managed to make it. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Okay, so then the shoulder's going to be around here, and that's going to have just a tiny bit of dragon scale patch there. And that's that's really nice as well, because that very helpfully distinguishes the... Hang on. The shoulder from the collarbone. Okay, this is gonna go in like this, and the claw. Anti-monetizing you. You need to pay to stream. Shit. That's something I really wouldn't be able to bear. Might be the one thing that convinces me to start streaming on YouTube. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why I don't do that, by the way. I feel like I should be able to do that just by nature of the fact that I don't really care about like the content exclusivity, whatever. So I can just like separate the chats, no issue. I just haven't been able to get off my ass and that up yet as a matter of technological nature. Honestly, there's so much about OBS that I would like to improve, but I just cannot be asked to do it sometimes. Twitch would die in an instant. Yeah, nah. Yeah, do not give them ideas. That's like... If like we hear that being adopted as a concept, we gotta like... Well, I'm not sure exactly what we can do. We have to take some manner of action. I do know that they have those petition sites up, which are interesting. I don't know how effective they are, but, you know, maybe they're useful. You can multi-stream with OBS add-on. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, you can multi-stream. It's so easy to multi-stream, but like I said, I cannot be asked to set it up. To be fair, there's only like, I don't know. Is YouTube my target audience? Because I feel like... I don't know, like we've all seen that weird random motherfucker who is a weirdo and just joins a stream chat and just starts stirring shit out of nowhere, right? Nobody likes that guy. Nobody wants to be exposed to that guy. But I feel like the average YouTube chatter is like 10 times like less focused on what's happening on stream. I don't know, something about it's very much like, in my mind, it is very much like that one picture of like the two ships with like identical castles on each side, being like our glorious chatters versus their barbaric pesterers. What about the furry site? Well, I feel like I might have some difficulty fitting into the furry site on account of the fact that I'm not one, or at least I don't outwardly present as one. I don't know. Is that... What is the ethical implication of being a furry for the bag exclusively? For the clout? Like, that's not morally sound, right? You're gonna have to be more specific with furry side? Yeah, no, like, Oh, Picarto. YouTube chat definitely has more hecklers. I feel like that's true, but I also feel like my experience is somewhat painted by the fact that like half of the the only people that I watch on YouTube are like Hololive streamers, and they have like a certain dynamic with chat that's been cultivated throughout the company's culture for maybe since the beginning. So I don't know, maybe my expectations are just too low. I don't know, maybe the average YouTube chatter, I've seen way more hecklers than you said YouTube chat. That means you're not a furry, you just like to get paid. Like, working retail fur bait is crazy! Fur baiting is crazy work. Yeah, Picarto though. I have heard of that one. An artist that I follow, Scruffy Turtles, I think he's called, it does stream on that from time to time. I've never tried it myself. I've never tried it out as a source. I wonder if I can restream to that one. I feel like there's a lot less integration with it than, say, YouTube, because like Twitch and YouTube are like the two big ones, right? Am I fur baiting if I'm only a cat sometimes? I mean, yeah. I don't know, actually. Like I said, I'm not a furry myself, so I don't have the qualifications to say that. I imagine that there are hardliners who are like, if you're not a furry 100% of the time, don't call yourself a furry, right? Like I have like a furry Pabs in mind, right? Right? Like I have designed like furry Pabs before. That is a thing that I have in the back pocket ready to bust out at any time. But that's mostly as a contingency plan and because I like to be prepared. Even the most hardcore furries aren't always wearing their suits. But the thing is, but like if you're a VTuber avatar, I mean, my brother wears bits of his fursuit to work because he's the coolest guy I know. That's fucking awesome. Genuinely a hero. What is your brother working if that's not too private of an information to ask? Because I feel like that's going to really drastically impact the mouthfeel of that fact. You know what I mean? Maybe if you were going to use Restream.io or something, but for RTMP it should be the same as YouTube. Huh. He wears his fursuit, hands, and ears. He's security? Fuck yes. That is awesome. I'm just... I'm sorry, but this idea is really funny to me. Imagine if, like, your brother is, like, chilling out in his fursuit at a security gig, and, you know, suddenly there's, like, a robber or something, and he has to go apprehend them. And that robber is now all of a sudden in a Five Nights at Freddy's kind of situation. Yeah, Paul Blart fursuit cop would be insane. Technically, humans are animals, so most VTubers are essentially furries. That feels very much... I do feel like sometimes you need to step back. I don't think your way of thinking is necessarily invalid, but I think it's about the spirit of the thing, right? Like, if you have a human VTuber, you know, a stylized human VTuber, and unless they say I am a human furry, and they like wear that shit on their sleeves, I feel like that's harder to associate. Like it's very much like the art thing, right? Like where in order for something to be art, you need to intentionally make it as art. God. I mean, my friend is a ladybug cheetah, so that's kind of where I am in the furry world. Yeah, and you know, that feels like a much higher qualified species, question mark? A much higher qualified persona of the self, extension of the self, than, you know, than as somebody who's like saying I'm a human. At least that's where I'm at. Also, Ladybug Cheetah is fucking awesome, and I can 100% see the vision on that. Like with the spots and the cheetah spots, and the spots on the Ladybug, 100%. I see what they're cooking. I am rubbing my hands. I am setting the. I'm putting the little napkin, the fold-out napkin, on my lap. Oops. How do I send images in the establishment? That's a good question. Do you have a link to it? Because if so, you can send that in like a Twitch whisper or something, and I can receive it that way. I do need to have like I do need to set up. That's something else that I should set up once I get the mental bandwidth, is to set up a way for people to send images easily, because I have missed out on some major bangers because I have made the tight-fisted but wise, I feel, decision to disable links in chat for the most part. What the hell is a Twitch whisper? It is unfortunately Twitch's native chat log, or like DM system, I guess would be the better term. I have so much trouble sometimes. I'm like at the level where I'm essentially a native English speaker, right? Like there is very little of the English language that I don't have a solid grasp of. But sometimes I do feel like I tend to generalize too many things. Like I would call a DM system like a chat system. Okay. The inking on this one seems to be pretty good to go. Yeah, you can click on a user and send whisper to them to send a personal message. That's the stuff. Pearl's got the right of it. That's a pretty normal generalization. That's a relief. Okay, yes. And actually, wait, one more thing. We need to add a tongue. There we go. Sometimes a character... Sometimes... You know, like... Do you know that meme where it's like people who say, like, versus people who say hi and stuff like that? I feel like that's also, like, a distinction you can make with characters. Like, characters who have a tongue and characters who just have, like, that white band of... What do you call that little white space in their mouth that's supposed to signify teeth, or like the open mouth. Bleh, me when I add tongue. that was a good one. I like that. Anime teeth bar. Yeah, that's the one. Anime teeth bar sounds a little bit like a it sounds like a Gamer Sub spin-off, or wait, is Gamer Sub someone that's like caught up in some shit right now, or is it sounds like some Vite Ramen? Is Vite Ramen caught up in some? It sounds like one of those like niche gamer food brands that is supposed to be like a nutrition bar or something. Anime teeth bar. That sounds like a rawhide bone, but for gamers. That's felt bad to say. I didn't like that. Look, fuck if Gamer Subs is cut up on supporting some racists. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, yeah, that's the shit I was talking about. Okay, yeah, fuck those guys. Rawhide bone for gamers is foul. What if we had a character with tongue? Resident Evil 2 team making the Silent Hill team making the liquors. But a Corgi, I am a gamer. Fuck if I know. Jay tells me things and I go, okay, yay. That is so valid. Actually, while Corgi's here, let's take care of Corgi's submission. Corgi submitted their OC Lupin, and hang on, I'm gonna read this verbatim because I love the description that you gave Lupin. I apologize if this is supposed to be like private as part of the ask. Poses are hard, but if it helps, Lupin is full of hate and anxiety like a kicked chihuahua most of the time. That captures it so perfectly. Thank you for the very vivid mental image. Little cunt bastard, I shall permit it. I shall permit it. God, let's do... I had one somewhere around here. Like one that's sitting down and huddled up would be really good. Hang on. I need to like I need to do something like that. What? in my in the OBS doc, after I permitted the message "little cunt bastard beloved," it sent a oh, thank you for the follow, boss. It gave me a little pop-up that said Pav's art added permitted term "little cunt bastard." That's anyway, back to work. Okay, poses. Right. Okay. Locking in. Do I have any poses that are like term permitted? Little hard. Okay, this is a good one. All right, and then grab the pawn's reference. Lock in. Put you in the rice cooker. They're steaming me in, letting him cook. Dudes will see a bag of rice streamer and be like, "Yo, is anybody gonna cook this?" And the single answer will be a shrimp. Who will be like, "Leave him to me." God, I'm glad that I made my Shadow the Hedgehog evil clone type entity a bucket of water, but that would have been such a huge missed opportunity to make Tool into a shrimp. We need a shrimp VTuber in here. There has to be. I know that there was one that was like a pistol shrimp or like a mantis shrimp. I don't know how active she is anymore. But yeah, I remember she used to roll with Preston's friend group. She was really cool. She had like a delinquent theme going on. Mantis shrimp would go so hard, right? Briefly considering the idea of like a mantis shrimp VTuber who messes around with like the OBS color settings to simulate the idea of like shrimp colors. But I feel like that would just not be very pleasant to observe. Also can't figure out what Twitch is, so I'm gonna kick your DMs. Okay, love you. No problem. Post-quarantine, all the VTubers had to get regular jobs. God. I got a job like 2 minutes after becoming a, what do you call? Like 2.5. Yo, the love bug cheetah ladybug is sick as hell. I do like that. But yeah, God, everybody's so employed now. Including me! Well, actually, no. I'm like at the most unemployed I have been in for quite some time. But I still have a job, but I'm in like an unemployed job phase / era. It's very great for me, but I do have some shit that I need to accomplish, or else I feel like they're gonna be pretty mad at me when I get back. But that's a problem that I'll deal with in like a week from now. I'm remaining strong. I'm unemployed as hell. You need to channel that. Your greatest VTubing feats are going to come from when you're unemployed. I remember, it's still crazy to me looking back on it now that I did it in the entire Drawtober thing while, one, trying to look for employment, and two, being like also juggling like just daily life, and also like, because I feel like even unemployed people would struggle to like stream every day, but I fucking started way too strong. I set a very unhealthy precedent for myself. Also, the phrase "your employment levels are rising" is really funny. I keep meaning to stream more, but like, what if I had no energy and went to bed unevenly? That's also fair, honestly. That's why I find that that using schedules helps me a lot, because then I can know, do I, and I'm lucky enough that I don't have like any chronic illnesses or any other shit that would interfere with a regular schedule. But I do think that like having stream schedules has just been like one of the best parts of this experience. It's just that like I have a lot of structure that I set to my life now. I streamed 2 weeks straight in 2023, and that was a mistake. Oof. I feel like the surest sign that I am going to be unemployed is that I will announce a playthrough of like a 300-hour long JRPG. Just debuted and was gunning for affiliate. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. Hell yeah, brother! Hop on Metaphor. God, I'm gonna be like doing this. I'm gonna be like listening to these insane life-changing lines while also wearing a big sash that says "freshly unemployed." Could even handle art on Wednesdays and games on Sundays. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I have kind of dug myself into a corner because I've made like making really nice thumbnails part of my brand. And the problem with that is that, like, now I can't just be like, you know what, maybe I'm gonna play a little bit of fucking, I don't know, Noita, or I'm gonna try it Noita for the first time. Gotta get you a cake and a party hat. I would appreciate that. I do love a good cake. But yeah, like, I can't just be like, I'm gonna do Noita now. I'm gonna be a Noita streamer. I mean, I could, but I feel like that's gonna damage my brand because I know that a lot of people do like the thumbnails, and I love making those thumbnails. Is it cannibalism if you have rice cakes? I sure hope not. I eat a ton of those things. I know a bag of mochi hate to see me coming. The only reason I really cut streaming from my schedule entirely is that I know I couldn't do it regularly while being a damn teacher, and I already tried that back in the US and it was terrible. Yeesh. Also, I have an actual social life and stuff now. Bad news for rice cakes. Pavs woke up, precisely. But yeah, having an actual social life is fucking awesome. I do think that, like, honestly, like, sincerely speaking, once I am back on my regular employment grind, assuming I'm not in a hellish situation where I have to work every single weekend again, like I was, like, leading up to March and April, assuming I'm not in that situation again, and I should better not be, I'm probably going to spend a lot of my weekends at the library now because I've gotten into the habit of going there, and it's just so nice. And between like going to the library for like an entire day and just like reading something or like drawing something in the library and like, you know, looking up, I don't know, the fucking Sears catalog from 1937 and, you know, just fucking doom scrolling on day on the internet, that's some real hydrogen bomb versus cuffing baby shit. Corgi ungraduated to stream 100 line. I debated it. That would have gone insanely hard, but I respect your decision. Where do you work out? At the library. I already finished 5 endings, and I feel like the first 100 days is the thing that's most appealing to stream. Huh. I'll bear that in mind. I'm like making a huge backlog of myself for shit that I don't even own and being like, oh boy, I better snatch that up once it goes on sale so I can leave it rotting in my stream library for 3 years. And you better believe that Metaphor and 100 line are at like the tippy top of that list. Everybody's always like, tap in, tap in, tap in. But shit, the games are gonna be there like 3 years from now. I don't need to hurry about that shit. I can take my sweet time. I'm gonna go slow. I've lived the past 25 years of my life without anybody telling me what I need to play first. And that's not about to change now. I'll tap into a game when I have energy. Precisely. I'd end up streaming Final Fantasy or something and get bullied for streaming an MMO. Honestly, you might find a pretty good audience that way, because I do know that Final Fantasy... I don't know, like, I feel... especially if you can figure out some way to do interactivity with it. I feel like that's a pretty impressive well of stuff to interact with a chat with, because I feel like especially for indie VTubers, I feel like the big appeal is that you're talking to someone when you chat with them. You know what I mean? And Final Fantasy is very popular. That is true. The critically acclaimed MMORPG, fucking the rest of that copy pasta. Most popular MMO on the planet and no one stops talking about. You'll get viewers. That's fair. It is, but consider I'm just a little cat. Yeah. I mean, that is always a thing as well, right? Like, do you want to be a... And also, I am talking to some extent out of my ass because of the fact that I am by no means a big honcho myself. Let me clarify that right away, but I do like thinking about this sort of thing, and I do like reading people's insights on it, about like what makes content creation, such as it is, and streaming tick. Just like hanging out with people, I like talking and making people feel welcome. Exactly. And I also really enjoy that aspect of streaming. That's also why I enjoy, these sorts of art streams where I don't need to be super focused on, I don't know, clutching a mid-diff against Gabriel in Ultra Kill versus just clutching a mid-diff against the ink bleeding a little bit on the paper. I'm an attention whore. I mean, same kind of. I don't know. I think it's the younger sibling in me that really drives that aspect of it, but yeah. Parasocial relationship? Wrong. We're yapping together. People like to see me get tormented. Yeah. I do also find that as another fascinating aspect, because I feel like if somebody is like, oh boy, can't wait to watch you suffer, they're going to, like, I don't know. I occasionally have a difficult time distinguishing when people are laughing at me and when people are laughing with me. So I have a very low tolerance for the kind of like content where it's like, I'm going to put myself through hell for no goddamn reason. Like stuff like those shock collar kind of things or whatever, what have you. Those never really appeal to me, either to view or to perform. I've also been told by my friends that I could do stand-up comedy, but I think VTubing is nice because I can game while doing that. Points. Younger sibling bullied by older sibling behavior. The thing is, I didn't get to interact very much with my older sibling. He's a very chill person. Like, if this were someone else's stream, this would be the point where I would like call him something like Raisa Niki or something like that. But no, my older brother was an exceptionally kind older brother. He really was very patient with me. We have like a fairly decent gap between our ages. So I think like he was very, he did very much take up the reins of like the mature older brother. And I look up to him a lot, but he's always been way more independent than I have. My biological brother was not patient with me. That's rough. I'm sorry, Corgi, I apologize, but I kind of gave Lupin a little bit of a fat ass. My apologies. I'm not about to jump in your stream, but woof, I can understand that. I'm the oldest sibling, and I would like to think that I was mature for it. I can picture that, honestly. You do feel like you would be a very responsible older sibling. Wishful thinking on your part, brother. They are concave. God, I've been studying a little bit of like classical portraits, right? I borrowed a book from the library that has a lot of information on like it's like one of those like 50 portraits you should know books, right? And the part that I love about it is that it not only shows the portrait, but it also provides some context in the period and what the artist was thinking when they painted it, most likely. And it's very fascinating because I've learned two things. That one, a lot of like older portraits were done in like profiles, so like the guy was like looking this way because that was meant to invoke them looking like a Roman coin, which was a very, it was very like a kind of authoritative iconography. And two, that people were absolute perverts for a guy called Jean van Eyck. Like this dude, like for 3 centuries, like they have one from like a certain time periods, right? It's like in chronological order from oldest to most recent. And for like 3 centuries straight, they kept dick writing John van Eyck. And it's really funny. Like, they really love that motherfucker in Flanders in general. Corgis tend to be very friendly dogs. Aw. That is true. You are a very friendly person. I tried mixing paints once, and let me tell you, egg yolks do not stay yellow. How dick writing? Like, hang on. Do I have the book? I don't have the book on me. Hang on, unfortunately. But every single time, it was like they incorporated Jean van Eyck's ideals of naturalism into their work. And I heard that phrase got thrown. Either the author of the book is not very creative and just kept attributing things back to Jean van Eyck, or he was just that goated. Anyway, this is all to say that I was looking at old portraits so much that I had the idle thought of, you know what, the Mona Lisa was low-key a BBW, and then I instantly had to like shut myself up for that. The philosophy dick writing? Yeah. Me writing a book about classical arts when I only know one classical artist? That's my exact fear. Like, I'm worried that this person either has like a very small reference pool of classical artists and it's just like dick writing them on the behalf or by accident because of like limitation biases or whatever. Sorry, I had that thought and now I kind of needed to get it out. It's not even correct, is the thing. I don't think that's true. I get it, but like I'm sorry. Ay. Another benefit to being a streamer, you can just say shit. That is true. There's like this one fucking Northern Lion bit where he's like, it's an insane, it's like a really huge part of like Maslow's hierarchy of needs to just say something to range and have like a bunch of people plus to it. And I do agree that is 100% a huge thing. I love occasionally saying something to range and having a bunch of people either like groan or kind of be like, you know what, he's kind of cooking. Plus 2, I know that's right. Yeah, I'm not supposed to tell you guys this, but that's actually why Da Vinci was never able to finish the Mona Lisa. He was like, what if I drew her fatter? And then he got like a stroke right then and there. Plus 2, I know that's right. Yes, sir, etc. Da Vinci was Da Vinci not the Mona Lisa guy? Fuck, if he wasn't, I'm gonna gonna be in some deep trouble. No, it was Da Vinci. Yes, thank God. My memory is not completely wasted. Also, speaking of finished drawings, there we go. There's Lupin. Gonna add some more details with the hatching later on, but they're good to go. My little cunt bastard. Yes, yes. All right. Thank you. You made them cuter than they deserve. I mean, I can add some eye bags if you want, if that is what is required. You made them cuter than they deserve. It's such a funny thing to say. Add stink lines, it's the only way. God. The thing is, stinking a little bit can actually be cute. They don't tell you that. They don't tell you this at technical school or at any of those fancy institutions. But a little bit of stink can be cute. Just a little bit, just a tiny bit. They do have eye bags. They're a chronic insomniac. The funny thing is that they have very few redeeming qualities, like as a human being, but 3 separate people are trying to hit. I feel like that's in somebody's like 5-year plan at this point. like right now, I feel like somebody in like their in their like aspirations and manifestation diary or whatever, they're writing down like, I want to become worse and I still want people to want to hit. Okay. Then what else we got? There we go. One is a cute girl whose mission is to fix him, and it's half working. You know, like rehabilitating a traumatized rescue dog. Yeah. I've seen those kinds of videos before, where it's like, you know, the shelter said that it was they were a very independent cat, and then like 3 months later, it's like curled up against your lap. I'm sorry, I can only think of that one girl who used her rescue dog training skills to help her boyfriend. God, yeah, the peanut M&M's girl, or Skittles or whatever. I don't know. It was some kind of like miniaturized snack food. Some bonbon of sorts. Honestly, that would low-key work on me. I feel like that would work on a lot of people as long as they weren't being very obvious about it, is the thing. Like, I feel like you need to be super subtle about it, because otherwise it's going to become very obvious that you're treating them like a food-motivated dog. So, I think, like, for this to work, the 2 main qualifiers were, like, 1, the person was extremely dense, and 2, they really like Skittles, I guess? Or, like, they were particularly food-motivated. Hey, did the Baba guy get going to get ready now? Thank you very much for the drawing. No problem. Thank you for stopping by. Animal brain works like an animal brain. It works on everyone. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's exactly right. And, you know, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. What other kinds of like I know food motivated because like that's a huge one, but I don't know if there's like other quote unquote motivators for dogs per se. Need you to know that Jake did in fact do that on me, and it did work. If this is not too personal of a question, what was the treat that Jay used to to work on that warmth? Oh, like warmth motivated? McDonald's Nuggies. You know what? I kind of get it. I'm not saying that will work on me, but I'm saying I get it. Yeah, I feel like that's the trickiest part of like any of this process is understanding like their particular skittle, right? Like even assuming that they are food motivated, it's not always going to be a skittle. It might be some other different thing that motivates the person in question. Yeah, you can motivate dogs with like blankets and cozy toys, and you can do the same with people. Oh, interesting. So, like, if I had a friend of mine or an accomplice of sorts or whatever who was, you know, who fucked heavy with trinkets, for let's suppose, and I gave them like a fancy little, not necessarily fancy even, but I gave them like a ceramic turtle every time they posted good. Would that kind of have the same outcome? Sharing a jacket with someone that they like the texture. Ooh. Honestly, I feel like getting married is less intimate than like being like, hey, you want to share a jacket with me? I don't know. I feel like if somebody's like, do you want to share jackets? That's like a marriage proposal. That's like you need to slow it down a little bit. You'd have to switch it up unless they really like turtles. That's fair. You know what? I do have a lot of leftover clay from that one stream. I could very well make a small assortment of zoological ceramic delights. This is purely hypothetical, by the way. I'm not kidding. Like this is like a purely hypothetical scenario. I don't actually have any accomplices or anything of the sort that are motivated by trinkets. Although if you are sending out like little clay swords, oh, that would be so cute. Yeah. Writing out my Tinder profile, like, hit me up if you are deep into small ceramic animals. I feel like that would work on some people. That would probably work on at least a few people. I don't know, that's like fun and quirky, actually. That'll work on me a little bit. I'm not necessarily like the most deep into like ceramic goods, but that'll work on me. I feel like I'm revealing way too much about myself on stream. I gotta dial it back. I gotta like put the sunglasses back on. DTF if you want little sword sculptures. Trade offer. You receive little sword sculpture. I receive your love and affection and trust. Alright, let's see. What else is there? Also, can you like pretend to find little... You can like pretend to find little sculptures in your purse? Would that be more suspicious, actually? Because, like, I mean... Yeah, no, you'd have to do that. You might be able to pull that trick off, like, maybe twice in 1 year. or maybe 3 times, because like otherwise I feel like the message that that's gonna send is like, one, okay, either they're preparing this for me and they're just pretending to have forgotten it in their purse, or 2, it's gonna be like, man, this person really likes forgetting little trinkets in their purse, I should get them little trinkets. That's gonna be like a what do you call miscommunication of desire. If they know you sculpt, and finding random ones shouldn't be too sus. That's true, actually. But I feel like then you would also have to like, this would have to be very elaborate. We'd have to like scheme up like an entire season of that one Netflix show, You, or whatever, to just like justify this entire caper. I feel like at this point, just being honest about your feelings and getting some damn Skittles would probably be less work. Well, we are playing a complex game here is a thing. I don't know. Sometimes a complex solution is required. Simplicity is insufficient in some cases. I don't know, though. It's like, do I like this person that much? That sounded mean. Do I like this hypothetical person so much? Is that how we get the bucket of water to like you clearly? Are you talking about Tool? Oh man, they are not. I don't know. I feel like I've already kind of endeared myself to them by as much as I can by having them not try to kill me at every turn. Like them not trying to murder me on the regular is already really good. Really good progress, it feels like. I feel like if those shelter dog videos also show that occasionally the shelter dog was trying to like kill you with some Pinky in the Brain-esque contraption, I feel like that would also have a much different vibe and much more accurate to what was going on in my day-to-day life. Wash your rice. I shower quite regularly, thank you very much. I also tend to be washed from time to time, especially when it comes to fighting games, so I think I've got it covered on basically every angle possible. I don't know who I was before the phrases washed and locked in came into my vernacular. I was a lesser person, absolutely. I was diminished as a person by not having that in my vocabulary. You roll out of bed, setting off an elaborate mechanism that causes chaos and calamity with the intent to spray your dose of cyanide. Fails because the toaster pops too soon. Yeah. That is true. I do tend to have decent luck when it comes to avoiding certain death. Everything else depends on me, though, and my own tenacity. So it's hard to say. Tom and Jerry ass situation. Is this toxic yaoi? I don't know if that's what I would categorize it as. I mean, I don't know. The problem is that Tom and Jerry was 100% toxic yaoi, is the thing. Like, we just gotta lay that out on the table and really let it sink up the room for a bit. Tom and Jerry was absolutely toxic yaoi. However, what I have going on with Tool is different. I don't know. I wouldn't call it toxic yaoi necessarily. I don't know. What I have with Tool is like too routine to really call it like a yaoi situation. Like it's kind of like how the rain has to fall downwards, right? Like I feel like they have some like this weird compulsion to try and kill me. Tom and Jerry literally have a scene where Tom coquettishly pretends to not want to kiss Jerry under the mistletoe. We know that's toxic yaoi. That just sounds like normal yaoi to be like the coquettish mistletoe bit. I feel like that's just regular old plain ordinary non-toxic kid safe yaoi. You know what I mean? Like it's like that's the kind of yaoi you can have like with a toddler walking around in your house. You know, you don't have to yaoi proof your house with that kind of stuff lying around. Jerry is going to kill him for it. Typical. That's like microwave safe yaoi. That's like that's like Tupperware yaoi. Okay, I'm done with the weird comparisons now. Are you sure we could get weirder? I'm not feeling it. I don't know. Sometimes you just kind of like have to let a bit die with grace. You know, it's run its course. You know, maybe the bit didn't get that many chuckles. You don't need to keep going back to it. Hey, wait, that's me. That's right. Jay requested this one for your birthday. You should thank her. Okay, and here we go. You can hear bikes very easily from my house nowadays. I think because it's summertime, all the biker dudes have finally dusted off their gears and started roaming around town again. It's kind of nice. I like how motorcycles look, but it's another thing when they're keeping you up all hours of the day. She went to bed already, but I will when I wake her up in the morning. Nice. Okay, and then why is summer a bike season? It's hot as hell in those things. I mean, I'm stationed out somewhere in Canada, so it's the summertime, particularly early summer, is quite temperate. It only just is now arriving. Like today was the first time we've had temperatures above 20 degrees Celsius for like the first time in the year. It was such a nice day outside. I actually went to get some sun myself. Very rare opportunity around these parts. But yeah, that's mostly why summer's a bike season. Also, winter is just like hella slippery, and you are liable to eat shit on a half frozen. We have a lot of hills too. Honestly, it's not a great scene for any kind of like wheeled vehicle period, but it's also especially bad for ones that are like already liable to crash and eat shit. Generally, like I feel like one of the things that they tell you at biking school or biking academy is that you will have an accident someday. Oh, your friend lives in Alberta, the Lovebug friend. Oh, that's nice. I want to try and visit Alberta at some point because I used to assist with some colleagues who were out in Alberta for one of my work projects, and they kept talking about the Stampede, which is like this huge cowboy ass event. To clarify, the event is cowboy themed. It's not themed around cowboy ass. I feel like that's important to clarify in case anybody is needlessly excited or enthused by the concept. Yeah, calling it cowboy season is, I think, the funniest possible option. They're hunting those boys down like Daffy Duck. No one, no wonder there's no more cowboys. Hunted to extinction out in Canada. They're being imported here like pheasants to Australia for the rich gentry to hunt. They had terrible writers last year. Yikes. Not a great thing for your cowboy-themed event. Rip Cowboy 1, Cowboy 2. You know, they do tricks like lasso leaning off the horse to grab stuff. Apparently it was just very tame last year. God. I wonder if they're going to try and compensate for that in the current year. You know, is the cowboy going to jump through a flaming hoop? I say that like it's the cowboy doing that themselves and not doing it on top of a horse. I feel like I should clarify that in this specific vision, it is the horse with the cowboy doing that together. Although the idea of like the cowboy being the one who has to do tricks, yeah, no, we ran out of budget, so now the cowboys have to do all the dressage. Sorry. She won the Cowgirl Queen pageant again, though. Oh, nice. Would love to see the cowboys do dressage on like toy horse stick things. Hobby horses? What? I think that was what they were called, like hobby horses. Hobby horse dressage or I'm going home. What if they do and start doing like insane Tony Hawk Pro Skater shit on that? Like what if like one of the cowboys pulls off a Christ Air with a hobby horse? What do we do then? Like, do we award them the keys to the city? Like, I don't think we're prepared for like the kind of ultimate stunting that can be done with hobby horse dressage. Like no shade to like hobby horse owners, but they do feel like the kind of people who go into whatever they do with like with nothing left to lose. So I feel like combining that with that kind of general vibe with like the freedom of like parkour in Alberta, which I'm not sure if like Alberta has a lot of buildings, but like if they have some natural scenery that could be used as like parkouring adjacent property, then you know we could be seeing some crazy shit. God, I remember being like super into parkour videos back when I was first learning about the internet. I was like looking at these things and being like, wow, these two people are just immortal. Like they should, like I would have died so many times trying to do this. I did gain a small interest in parkour. I was a very I was a very fat child who turned into a fat adult, and so that parkour has never been particularly. I've never been a particularly agile person. This isn't to say that fat people cannot be agile, but I'm not one of those people. Alberta is like a dead zone. Prairie. God. Okay, so maybe not a lot of opportunities for parkour. I mean, I don't know. Prairies have dogs in them, right? That's why the species is called that. Maybe they can start doing some parkour off the prairie dogs. Unless they're an endangered species, in which case they should be treated with respect. They do have the yearly rat hunt. I obliquely know about like the Albertan blood feud against rats. I have been made aware of that through Tumblr posts. Ta-da! Okay, but hobby horse parkour would go hard AF. Honestly, yeah. You know, people try to deny it, but like at the end of the day, a hobby horse is it's still a steed. I'll ask her. Right, this next one was a request from my buddy Leo for a friend of his who has an OC, apparently named... The file's called the OC Fez. I don't know if that's their actual name, but I'm gonna see what kind of post I can dig up for this one. A lot of these have like guns in them, which is not precisely the mood that I'm going for. Fez like the hat? I mean, there's 2 Zeds, so maybe? I don't know. There's something about like a hard consonant plus EZ at the end that is just kind of a nice mouthfeel verbally. You know, like Fez, Rez, Embez, Tez. Tez is a medium one. Embezzlement. God, that reminds me of how I'm reading the Tasmanian Devil. That's a good one. But that's not an E though. The whole thing was about it being an E though. That's may qualify, may not. It's hard to say. God, I've recently been reading more. I've been getting big into fraud analysis recently. I've been listening to a podcast called Oh My Fraud and reading this book about fraud, and both of them have been very fascinating to experience. And the book in particular, The Real True Crime, yeah. I don't know, like... I've never listened to a true crime podcast, so I couldn't... Well, that's not exactly true. I listened to this One American History podcast, which did cover... I don't know if they covered serial killers, though, but they did cover murder to some extent, because, you know, that occasionally was involved in history. I like listening to them because I like listening to situations. I could understand that. Used to because I used to write murder mystery books. Oh, cool. Okay, then this over here. These days it's because, man, you're telling me that you saw a man covered in blood with a stolen car come in for a pizza order and let him walk away? Saying it in your own lane goes crazy. I mean... like... I'm not saying it was the right decision, but like I think at some point you realize that there's so many red flags about a situation. You kind of have to go like, okay, what exactly is my duty of care here? And I guess they decided that their duty of care is like, you know what? That's someone else's problem. Didn't even call it in or nothing. It's like, bro, paying for pizza, man. Whatever. They were like playing Tetris 99 on their phone or some shit, doing this like, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Oh god, it's wet, and just like wiping off the dollar bill on their pants. God. Christ, that is insane. Fuck, now I got a mob. Bro, could you at least not have wiped your feet on the rug before coming in? Ugh. God. It really is exactly like this sometimes. I respect it. I really do. You work your minimum wage at a corner pizza place. I mean, like, I want to be like, you know what? I understand that situation, but like on the other hand, it's like, bro, covered in blood. Like, okay, it's hard to judge whether somebody's car is stolen for the most part. I feel right. Like I feel like that's like the most like, you know what? I could let that slide probably. But like if the dude is like covered in blood or like has streaks of blood on him, you could like ask. You could like be like, "Hey man, what's up? What's blood splatters on his shirt, shoes, and pants?" Okay, yeah, no, that's. I think under the circumstances presented, we do not in fact have to hand it to the corner pizza guy. Like I think you reach a certain point where it's like, oh man, I can't believe these people just did like, you know, I can't believe these people just did nothing. But you know what? In their shoes, I probably wouldn't have been able to pick it up either. And sometimes it's like, okay, bro, all right, how? Just you didn't do anything. You didn't do anything. God. Anyway, yeah. Right. I was talking about this like fraud podcast or this fraud book that I was reading. And one of the people that they covered was this one called like ZZZZZ Best Cleaners. What if he's a butcher? What if like this is just paint? What if they get mad at me for calling them out about nothing? What if I misread the stolen car report wrong and I waste everyone? Okay, so they knew it was a stolen car. Okay, shit. All right, that's like a whole other dimension of like, okay, you didn't do anything about the situation? Question mark. God, that is okay. I think we officially no longer have to hand it to the corner store pizza guy. Anyway, ZZZZ Best Cleaners, or I guess it was pronounced Z Best, right? And this shit was crazy because like a lot of the details about it were insane. But most spectacular of all that stood out to me was the fact that like the kind of villain origin story for the guy that was running the fraud was that his mom had him working a call center job when he was 9. Like, hang on. Z Cleaners. That sounds like the Hoyoverse murder crew. It's for these. It's the best cleaners. Hang on. Yeah, no. At least that's what I read from. Hang on. The best cleaners. Yeah, led by Barry Minkow. Hang on. Let me put this up on the Jumbotron. Let's see. Barry Minkow was born in Inglewood, California, and was raised in the Reseda area of the San Fernando Valley in a Jewish family. When he was 9 years old, his mother got him a job as a telemarketer with the carpet cleaning business where she worked. At the age of 16, while a sophomore at Cleveland High School, Minkow started Z-Best in his parents' garage with 3 employees and 4 phones. In the early days, he had to rely on friends to drive him to carpet cleaning jobs since he did not have a driver's license. At first, Minkow struggled to meet basic expenses. 2 banks closed his business accounts because California law at the time did not allow minors to sign binding contracts, including checks. He was also plagued by customer complaints and demands for payments from suppliers. At times, he found it difficult to even make payroll. Faced with a shortage of operating capital, Minkow financed his business via check kiting, stealing and selling his grandmother's jewelry, staging break-ins at his offices, and running up fraudulent credit card charges. That was not his fraud. Was not that he was a minor. It gets worse. The fraud was mainly check kiting, which is a super fascinating thing that is no longer relevant. So what it is that... Okay, so hang on. Kiting is commonly defined as intentionally writing a check for a value greater than the account balance from the account of one bank, and then writing a check from another account in another bank, also with non-sufficient funds, with the second check serving to cover the non-existent funds from the first account. So basically, you have an account with Bank A, right? And you from Bank A, you send a check to Bank B, which has a different account. And you tell Bank B, I'm writing my B account a check for $500,000. And because Bank B needed time, this was back before like the virtualization of basically everything. Because Bank B needed time to verify and validate that check, as did Bank A, you could basically say, okay, Bank B would basically say, okay, we received $500,000 from Bank A. This guy must have $500,000. But yeah, it can get more complicated than that, but that's the basics of check hanging. But yeah, no. Finances business via check kiting, stealing and selling his grandmother's jewelry, staging break-ins at his offices, and running up fraudulent credit card charges. Soon after, Minkow branched into the insurance restoration business, and this is where it's super juicy. With the help of Tom Paget, a claims adjuster, Minkow forged numerous documents claiming that Z-Best was involved in several restoration projects for Paget's company. They formed a fake company, Interstate Appraisal Services, that verified the details of these restorations to Minkow's bankers. Flush with loans from these banks, Minkow expanded Z-Best across Southern California. So he got this other guy, Tom Paget, hooked into the fold, and Tom Paget was really good at writing like insurance shit. So then they made another fake company to... I mean, I don't know when this was. So when he was in school, he started in the business at the age of 16. It doesn't say how old he was when he enlisted Tom Paget. No, he was still in school at this point. This was in 1985. So this would have been when he was 17 or some shit. 17, 18. But apparently very much still in school. While most Ponzi schemes are based on non-existent businesses, Z-Best's carpet cleaning division was very real and won high marks for its quality. However, its insurance restoration division, which eventually accounted for 86% of the company's revenues, was fraudulent. Minkow raised money by factoring his accounts receivable for work under contract, as well as floating funds through several banks in an elaborate check-kiting scheme. Yeah. Oh, God. The suit was still working its way through the courts at the time of Cartane's death in 1987. Other organized crime figures turned up as Minkow's advisors, which unnerved his employees. Yeah, I fucking bet. For instance, a major shareholder, Maurice Ryan, had been convicted of securities fraud in 1976. Minkow was also a business partner with Robert Vigiano, a convicted jewel thief and reputed loan shark. So yeah, to give you an idea of like what kind of a hot mess that must have been. God. The book that I was reading, which is the one that talked about this, also made some claims about like the about like the actual people that he, like Tom Paget himself, as well as like some of the other workers. And like I can't verify those, but among the claims was that Tom Paget was very much a neo-Nazi, which is really, like, if you have a neo-Nazi on your payroll who is proudly a neo-Nazi and you're running a business in California, this is insane. What the fuck was this kid's problem? How badly did he want money? Anyway, the book also said that that another one of the workers was a 300-pound albino who they called the ultimate white man, which I did laugh at that. I did fucking laugh at at the title of Ultimate White Man. It isn't my proudest moment, but I did laugh. But yeah, no. Unsubstantiated claims though. I can't find any evidence on the internet about about that in particular. But I would believe it. These do not seem like particularly scrupulous people. White boy plus. I tried to get some sun today to try and beat the white Latino allegations, but that's not. It hasn't really provided borne much fruit, sadly. The funniest thing is that I'm technically supposed to be a mestizo, but like I got like the whitest parts of both my parents, and so that shit's just never gonna really fly. Don't worry, I spent a whole hour sunbathing yesterday and I still look like paper. Well, I think that's good though. The thing is, there is no short path to power. Or in this case, having like healthy, vital looking skin, I suppose. Like, the way you are supposed to do it, and the way that I am doing it, is that I'm just going to try and get a little bit each day. Especially when the weather is nice. And you're supposed to just get a little bit each day, because otherwise you're just going to burn, or like, you know, your skin's going to get ruined, or whatever. I remember one time I was in the track club in high school, and I came back from a track meet one time, and my parents were like, wow, estás bronceadito. I'm like, wow, I do kind of like having this vital vibrance to my skin. It feels nice. And then I was never able to do that again because I hated the fucking track club so much. I hate running so bad. I'm bad at going outside, but I've never actually burnt in my life. Good. Keep applying that sunscreen. Yeah. Weirdly enough, I found that I don't actually dislike cardio. I just dislike running. I've done like high intensity sets of like boxing or straight blasts, and I've even done like stuff on treadmills where I just set the incline to be super high and just at a walking pace, and I love it. I love how my heart thrums into my chest, and I love how it feels like I am delirious from it. But like running is just, I don't know, maybe it's, like I said, I'm a very heavy set person, so maybe it's just because like my, you know, the impact of it is just not pleasant, particularly now that I'm, you know, it's hell getting old. I don't know if my body could take it. I mean, the thing is that they did very much teach me how to run properly. I just still didn't like it. Like, it was a very good track club. Like, they had people who were teaching me, like, the correct running form and everything. They never taught me. They were like, go, run. That's crazy. They had you on the AWOL Nation grind set. Hilariously enough, I do think they actually played AWOL Nation run at one of the training sessions for the track club. You suck. Why do you suck at running? Literally. And the thing is, like, even if you have the form down, there is a lot of, like, muscle shit that goes into it. Like, I fucking had to read that one manga about, like, girls going to the gym to learn that your running speed isn't determined by your quads, but instead by your hamstring muscles. And I'm like, what the fuck? Sometimes they would be like, go at a pace you can keep. And then they got mad at me for walking like, brother, God, yeah, no, like, okay, so like, if you're running, right? Apparently your quads, like the front of your thighs is like your stopping muscles, right? Because like, those can like stop you like this. Conversely, if you want to take off, what you actually need to work out is like the inside of that, right? Does that make sense? So your hamstring muscles and the back part and your calves and such, those are the ones that like give you additional impulse. But yeah, no, manga can't teach you anything. You know, it sounds like you had a rough time of it though. Got it. The only rough part of me for like my track club was like the club advisor himself. Like that guy was so fucking intense. Like the rest of the people on the track team were like super nice, and they were very much like, oh yeah, no, you know, we know that you're not the best runner. That's fine. We appreciate that you show up though. We like having you here. But like the main guy was like so fucking hardcore. My thighs are thick as hell. No wonder I'm so good at not moving. Alright, that should be good for this one. I like this one because it has such a simple character design. You're here for doing your best versus this is your youth, your drive, your life. You must commit to all things. Go, go, go. Yeah, no. He was a rather terrifying man who did CrossFit like basically every other day. Your art is so nice. Thank you. Okay. Oh, yeah. Sentai asked me to try and draw Metal Sonic, and I realized that it's been ages since I actually drew a Sonic character. I used to do that so much as a kid, but I haven't done it recently. And actually for this one, what I wanted to try doing, and I think this is going to turn out really funny. So I have these two books about like different... These are just... These are like photo albums that they use for teaching art, right? And I was thinking, what if we just like dress them in normal clothes? Amy Rose, Big Hammer, please. I'll consider it if you submit it for the next time around. I don't know. Robot characters, like very mechanical looking characters wearing normal clothes, is very charming to me for some reason. Holy shit, this is kind of got a fit off, actually. Hang on. I don't know, the golf cap and the plaid shirt is kind of nice. Yo, holy shit. Wait, hang on. I think this one would be really good. But I don't know how I don't know how I would do the helmet though. Looks like my granddad, I won't lie. Your granddad had that shit on. Let's see. Okay, this one definitely looks like a granddad. I kind of like this one, actually. Jazz for your soul. God, I love that picture. Okay, I'm gonna go with this one, actually. Okay, the tough part is gonna be figuring out the transfer of proportions, and also I've never drawn Metal Sonic before. But I bet I can try. But I bet I can figure it out pretty quick. Just gotta get rid of this part up top. Hmm. Okay, and then he's got little, like, shin guards back here. Sonic with more detail, right? Never drawn a Sonic character? I mean, kind of. I think it'll be Sonic with more detail, plus also, like, some straighter edges. That's also part of the reason why I'm electing to draw the a clothed version, because I feel like trying to draw like the mechanical detail on the naked version would maybe not make for the most relaxing thing to draw on a random Thursday evening. I'm okay at drawing mechanical parts, but it's like it's not very relaxing, and I'm still not fully used to this medium. I'm not drawing mechanical parts unless I can Control Z that shit. I'm gonna drink some water, hang on. I was a big Transformers guy, so what most people call complex mechanics, I call swag dissociation hours. I could understand that. I do think being a Transformer fan does grant you some advantages in that regard. In that, I think like as long as the people whose art you're consuming aren't like completely mechanism illiterate, which is unlikely. Not impossible, but unlikely. I do think that'll give you an advantage for trying to lean into mechanical stuff. I don't know. For me, the kind of golden standard for mechanical stuff has always been Akira Toriyama, because, and this is very much something that is prevalent in his entire art style, is that he can make something mechanical, very obviously mechanicals, and make it look realistic while still having that own sort of cartoony presentation to it. Like, I feel like when I try to draw more mechanical things, I almost have to like take a break from my own art style and be like, okay, how, it's almost like I'm trying to put together an IKEA instructional manual rather than a drawing. I mean, and that goes for a lot of different things too. Whenever I'm not used to drawing stuff, I'll be having some issues. Speaking of having some issues, I don't know how I'm gonna do his whole jet turbine thing with like a jacket, but I'll burn that bridge when I cross it. I mean, I like to study a lot of art styles. Mine is really a unique look solid, so anytime I try to learn more, it's fully different. Why not integrate it to the hood or something? That could work, honestly. You know, just kind of have that covering that. Good idea. Like with the fur collar and everything, right? Yeah. I could see that. Hmm. I do think it's really funny that Eggman was like, all right, I'm going to build a metal version of this fuck ass hedgehog that has been ruining my life. And I am absolutely going to give it little tiny cute ears. I don't know. I think that's really funny. The only thing that can destroy a hedgehog is a second hedgehog. I mean, we joke, but that historically has worked. Did you make it cute, sir? Of course I did. You know what? People talk a lot of shit about fighting fire with fire, but the thing that they don't tell you about fighting fire with fire is that it has such a good historical track record that it's kind of crazy. Like, yeah, bro, you're getting your ass beaten by a hedgehog. Why wouldn't you call in a second hedgehog who is absolutely loyal to you? Common Rider Bill tells me hedgehogs have different destruction methods. I forgot what the hedgehog function did in build. Did it just like shoot out spikes? Probably. Yeah, all right. I feel like this is just veering into the territory of like that one fan art drawing of like Max from a Goofy movie that's like, damn bitch, you live like this. I don't know. Gotta be careful. Fire slash hedgehog, which is weird because Sonic is afraid of water. I mean, if Sonic is afraid of water, that means that would kind of correlate with the fire though, because fire is also afraid of water, much like how 7, 8, 9 and 6 was afraid of 7. I see the vision. Well, that's not necessarily true though, because like just because you hate something doesn't mean that you adore its opposite, right? You know, living in complete like antithesis to something is kind of like also living in acknowledgement of it, or however that one phrase goes. I don't remember. God, this is actually kind of hard though. Like this is kind of going hard as a drawing. I feel. I don't know the idea of like Metal Sonic holding a bottle in his hand of like an unidentifiable liquid. I don't know. Should I make it booze? I kind of regret not making it a can. I feel like that's much more versatile. It's vinegar. He has to clear out his rust. God, what if you were like at a robot bar, right? And you saw a buddy of yours drinking something that smelled really nice, very kind of like citrusy. And he's like, I'll have whatever he's having. And the bartender pours you like directly from the bottle like an entire glass of Barkeeper's Friend. Shit, my day would be ruined. I drink it. Solidarity, I appreciate that. Okay, it's gonna go in like this. I don't know if this is sufficient to escape the damn bitch you live like this sort of samsara, but I think it's doing pretty well for itself. Most important part is that the bartender should use situational awareness to know that I shouldn't be able to drink it. Thus, by doing so, I would have removed him of his license and saved lives. Ah, you're approaching it from a angle I hadn't considered, in fact. Do you think do you think like in the Valhalla universe that's almost like a kind of prerequisite, like you like a person from like the bar association? Okay, no, I think that's like a lawyer thing. From like the drink pouring association, from the mixology association, would have to like, you know, go in as like a undercover shopper for the newbie, and they would have to be like, okay, give me a bottle of like, I don't know, robot headlight fluid. Ah, hell nah. I think it's like carding for SIGs, yeah. Also, hang on, /ban at down Hill Haltery V Jackson. Get the fuck out of here. There we go. I don't think it's that damn bitch you live like this, but I think it's more like waiting for the bus. I could see that, honestly. Also, I think the reason... Hang on, the top of the head doesn't look sufficiently mechanical. Something like this could work. It'll be better once I can fill in some of the darker spots and whatnot. I order what my friend is having, and the bartender should say, "Oh, what he's drinking is not applicable for your species," but he hands me bleach, so I get him fired. Look, sag! God. Me when I'm talking to my friend at the pendulum convention. I don't know. Do pendulums sag? I was thinking of trying to say something else, but I feel like that one would have been too much. Me when I'm a bag? Nice. Me when I'm at the astrology convention. Okay, this one's actually kind of fun because I'm going to to whom it may concern. No, I shan't say. I appreciate that. We do try to I can't lie to you. I was gonna say we do try to keep it clean around here, but I don't think I got it in me to lie to people like that. You know, I lie from time to time. I do enjoy myself with a nice little fib for the purposes of entertainment, but that one would be too much. I shouldn't mislead people like that. Of course, we keep it clean. We got the robots drinking bleach. But that actually, the finger is actually a little bit long. Let's cut that down. What's kind of convenient about the Boom Boonger helmets is that they are perfectly split. When you draw a head, you kind of have to draw a circle, and then you have to draw like the kind of block of the jaw underneath it. And the Boom Boonger helmets are basically perfectly split for that purpose. Okay, and then over here. Gonna come out like this. The building of the face is the worst part of drawing the face. Honestly, I've been having issues with eyes recently. I don't know. I feel like I've been struggling to capture like more complicated eye designs, but sometimes you don't need particularly complicated ones. But the thing is that I want to be able to do that. I look at like occasionally, right? I look at like VTuber art or like anime characters who have like super sparkly, nice looking, cute eyes. I'm like, wow, those look like they were so fun to draw. But then I try doing it, and it's a little bit like. Well, it looks like something that would be submitted to Reddit. If my eyes were a treehouse, like the time lapse for it would look crazy. For me, it's a nose. I've been trying to build out nose shapes, and then like, fuck, this looks like what we in the business refer to as bad. I had that problem too, actually. I had to hang on. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Where did I put it? Yeah, here we go. Is Clip Studio above the hand camera one? It is not. Hang on. I actually had to like make this breakdown for myself to kind of understand the structure of the nose and the cartilage. CSP has hiding? Yeah. There. You should be able to see it now. But yeah, no, I had to like make this breakdown of myself for it. And you know what? It did actually help because now I've been able to kind of figure out how the most of the nose structure works, because I know now that, you know, there should be a little bit of like this blue area. This like bottom area, this orange area should be like existent or, you know, bent out of shape or whatever, but it should be there. And like I tried to do that for the eyes as well, but I have not been able to internalize that as well as I did the nose for some reason. I've been struggling so much with noses, I started learning how to draw animals instead. Well, that's one way to evacuate, I suppose. I know I haven't hit rock bottom just yet, because I'll know I've hit rock bottom once I start being like, you know what, this drawing humans shit sucks. I'm gonna learn how to do backgrounds now. Like, if it ever gets to that point, that's when I'll know I'm truly washed. if I've done something to myself, I know I've hit rock bottom because my hands will hit the statue's ass. Hey, I mean, look, those gargoyles at Notre Dame, they be looking mighty fine from time to time. We've all been there. No judgment on my part. That's not who I am. I shouldn't have said that. Why did I say that? This isn't who I am. More like Notre Dame. That's what I'm saying. That's what I don't know. It really does feel sometimes like the Green Goblin mask is talking to me. Like I was talking earlier about how like that Northern Lion bit about like how getting +2 for like some insane shit you said is like a great feeling. I think I'm letting the voice that's like urging me to do that. That's like egging on that electrochemical reaction. I'm giving that guy too much leeway. There's like a phrase of like kill the critic inside your head. I think sometimes you really gotta like, maybe not kill it, but sometimes you gotta strangulate the comedian that's like building up inside your mind. The rice paper speaking for you. Yeah, that's the actual rice talking. I'm just the bag. The actual rice is taking over and like destroying my higher functions. Rice brain moment does feel like it would be a marketable catchphrase, but I do think I would need to be careful with that because I feel like people would be like, oh my god, it's like Rice 5G now? Like, is it mind controlling us or whatever? I don't know. That's such an unreasonable fucking concern to have. This is why I gotta hit the library more often. It's not enough that I spend 5 hours a day there. I gotta spend more. I gotta overnight in that motherfucker. I gotta Airbnb at the library. Or maybe it's because I've been going to the library that I'm being like this. I don't know. Perhaps the issue is that I'm not sufficiently online anymore. Now I'm just saying truly unhinged shit instead of whatever's hip with the kids. That would also be a problem. Important are the fangies rice. No, they are teeth. Very good for biting. I don't know. I thought I would have bitten more people by now. Is the thing. Given how skilled might not be the right word, but how prone I was to biting as a child, I am surprised that I haven't bitten more people. And my fangs, my teeth are very good for biting. I leave very nice, clean marks. I could basically use them as a signature at this point. The bag has teeth in it. I mean, it's also got a tongue. We don't. It'd be easier to say what my bag doesn't have. Sometimes sometimes I still live in the world I thought they were eyes. I could see that, but they are very much a mouth. Listen, I got a mouth, no eyes, no ears, no nose. What do I have? I've got a mouth, but that's about it. The rest of it is either done by rice or by, I don't know, vibes-based approach. I do understand that, though, because, it looked a lot like, that one robot from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Marvin the Paranoid Android. I do 100% get that. And I do see it sometimes. How do I smell? I smell very good. I've been, like I said, I shower very regularly. I've been putting on this new deodorant that I bought. It smells quite good, but I'm worried about it clumping. I am a little bit worried about white stains on the shirt armpits and whatnot. It's never fun to get those. I'm going through a lot of OxyClean. And it's a shame too because it's a really good deodorant. Only brought down by the fact that it clumps so much. You know what? When you're like in my mid-20s, I need a scent. I have been there exactly. Yeah, no, I keep looking at perfumes for shopping myself. You know, no, I do absolutely get what you mean. And I was like that a little bit out of university as well. I got myself, what I did get myself, and what I think might help you if you've been having issues, is that I went to a convention one time, and one of the vendors at the convention was this stall that used to sell like very traditional handmade goods. And one of the things that they had in there was solid perfume. And I mean, okay, obviously this is already assuming a lot of things. One, that there is like a local vendor near you that sells old timey stuff. But what I'm saying is sometimes you just kind of gotta let it into your life. You know, take a chance on a thing. The ones I like the sound of are like Sexy Dirt, Yowie the perfume. I'm like, I can't be doing that. There is a fucking blog on Tumblr that I've been following recently, and it's really good because it gives you reviews from like a perfume review site, and there are some absolute bangers in there. Because like I feel like scent is absolutely one of the most subjective and difficult to describe things on Earth, right? Hang on. Let me pull up an example of what I mean. But you know, I do get what you mean. Like, you kind of want the name of whatever you're wearing, right, to have some teeth to it. So like Sexy Dirt and Yowie the perfume are kind of like intense names. But like if they don't smell good, it's tough. But if they smell good but have like a very not particularly fun name, you know, that's also kind of boring. I'm annoyingly really good at like picking out people's natural scents, so I get self-conscious about my own. I could see that happening, honestly. That does sound like a problem. But yeah, check this out. Vanilla Relush for women and men. A subtle, slightly stanky vanilla. It's like if a toasted marshmallow had a 9 to 5. Edit. Why the fuck does this smell like feces as it ages and is left alone? Such a nasty perfume. Holly Oaks 321 says, I wanted to like this, but it smelled off and not very nice, like a pea smell. Fallen Leaf says, I think because of the jasmine in this, it really depends on your hormones as to whether you or not you like the urine scent, or you get the urine scent. If your hormones are okay with it, it smells divine. If not, you will smell like a public toilet. God, what else we got in here? Rien de tal libre de orange. This is so bitchy and dark. I love it. Smells like if a dental clinic in Channel 5 had a baby. It is a curse on someone. It is a curse on my nose. It burns. Jay smells of cocoa and wood smoke, which is lovely, and apparently a smell of vanilla strawberry. Oh, but that's such a nice smell, though. I'd like to smell like vanilla strawberry. I don't know what I smell like. I imagine I smell like the same as like... You know how like there is very much a kind of like scent of dude? Like Toilette de Dude? Kind of like a slightly sweaty smell, but it's like not really bad, just kind of like lightly sweaty. I fear that that's... It's so cute. I don't want to smell cute. I kind of get what you mean then. Also, I am a little confused. By natural scent, do you mean like scents that pair well with people, or like just kind of like what they generally smell like? Like, to clarify, I do deodorize, but like at the same time, I sweat a lot. All right, I need to put that out there. I sweat a lot, so if I feel like if I take my eyes off the prize for even like a second, I will smell not very good. What they smell like? That is That answers my question in only a limited dimension, I fear. If I start huffing those hormonal outputs. Okay, now that paints a much more vivid picture. Thank you. That clarifies a lot. But yeah, this design was submitted by Bobby, and she's called Vita, and Bobby is very good. You should commission her. She does really excellent sprite work. I love shilling for the people that I know and who have submitted stuff to me. I don't know. It just feels right. I feel like I should be a professional shill. I feel like I'd be good at it. Like it'd be like that fucking scene at the end of Breaking Bad. That's like I was good at it and I liked it, but it's like instead of like meth, it's like I don't know, fucking that one meal kit sponsorship. I don't remember. Literally cannot remember what it's called. Like Hello Fresh. That's the one. You're gritting your teeth, grasping to a script of shilling goods. That's the thing. I feel like I would be like a fairly decent shill as long as I wasn't completely repulsed by what I was shilling, and I feel like therein lies the problem. I don't know. Part of my gender euphoria is acting like a greasy salesman from time to time. I don't know, like I never feel more like my assigned gender at birth than when I'm like, you know what, I should try it. Like I'll get like the masculine urge to lowball somebody on Facebook Marketplace. I don't know. I feel like I'm destined to run a used car place, and like ripping off people. I don't know. That's not a very nice thing to say about myself, so I shouldn't say it too much. But I do feel like that's in my life path somewhere. Me doing a masculine urge to scam people. Me doing tarot readings at 13. Yo, that's crazy. Were you friends with the kid who was working at at like the telemarketing at age 9? God, that is really funny though. Very enterprising though. I do like that. I don't know. I think like as a teenager or in general, at any point in your life before you fully achieved independence or the ability to earn money for yourself, I do think there is no wrong way to kind of like Nan used to go to fairs for her charity stuff. I see. Damn, so you were getting like the real fortune teller experience then. Like I imagine that like scamming the shit pardon me, you are performing a service, but like doing that for people who are like dressed in like medieval clothing and shit, it must have been like an ancestral memory. Right? Like I don't know, maybe some far off part of your bloodline was also invested in. No, I was scamming the shit out of people. Okay, thank you. I'm glad I didn't defend. But yeah, no, that would, like, I don't know. Maybe look up your family chart sometime. Maybe there will be like some kind of I don't know what. I feel like being related to a fortune teller is such like an Ace Attorney or anime ass kind of like character trait. And that's wrong of me to say because, like, you know, you can't really control who you're related to. You can't really control who your family is. Like, somebody's related to a fortune teller in some way or another. It was so easy to read people, and I was like, yeah, this is the tower. It means, looks at her, you've had great troubles in relationship in your past. And to be like, oh my God, How can you tell? And you're doing this as a 13-year-old kid? That's hilarious. God, that is really funny. I remember hearing stories about, like, you know, some people being, like, I don't know, like 12 years young and, like, helping, like, 30-year-old women through their divorces on World of Warcraft. And to clarify, they absolutely should not have been doing that. But it does remind me of that a little bit. Wasn't even dressed up for the fair? You were doing this shit in, like, a hoodie and shit? You were, like, in jeans and your Chuck Taylors and your hoodie and shit? That was me, but with tarot. God. That sounds like a great way to meet people, though. You know, if you... Like, if you're someone who's, like, struggling with loneliness, I do feel like getting into, like, scamming people with spirituality shit might be a great way to meet people. Hoodie and bell-bottom jeans. Hell yeah. Looking for poses real quick. Again, a lot of these have weapons or something. Maybe not this one. Oh, this one looks good. I'm there telling this woman that to love is to change and that each day the person you love is not the same as they were before and you must grow with them or else be left behind, and being like, okay, that'll be $5, thanks. That is phenomenal. God, I wish I had your swagger as a 13-year-old. I don't know. As a 13-year-old, I was coming out of, like, a boarding situation, which I was not a huge fan of. So I was very much still, like, a misanthropic little shit. I grew out of that, thankfully, later on, but, like... God, I should have been hustling people for money. You're right. I was built different. No, I should have tried to get more like you, for real. I don't know. I feel like scamming people definitely would have been great for my development as a person coming out of that, but I do think the money would have helped. An issue that I'm running into with some of these is that the models that are being used for these poses are a little bit thin, and everybody's so fucking jacked. Like, I definitely respect it, but damn, why is everybody so buff? I had to read to see what the fuck they want to know about romance, finances. Okay, I got a pack of tarot cards and a mystical-looking book of names and vague meanings. And then I had to hard read to see what the fuck they want to know about romance, finances, or unbelievers who want to prove you wrong. Ah. The last ones are the easiest. Oh yeah. I guess they would be pretty easy to like hard read or cold read or whatever it's called. People who are skeptical, because like you can more or less feel the kind of like contempt coming from a mile away. Because you put down the cards and you're like, dude, I'm giving out advice here. Just let me know if you want something. I think that's a good way to approach it, because I feel like, and this goes for myself as well, like a lot of the trifles that people have with with like occultism and such is that I think it's very difficult to see the forest for the trees sometimes. So sometimes it is important to just break kayfabe and be like, you know what? I'm just trying to give out advice. If you want some, tap in. Because I do think that to some extent, even if you are not necessarily, even if you are using occultism, right, as a vehicle for it, in order to, because the way I understand that fortune telling works is that you use occultism as a way to kind of enhance the belief in what you're saying. It's almost like a kind of medium for the advice you're trying to give. And they're usually like, okay, let's see if you actually give it good advice. And then you know about this dude's whole life story and you're like, Christ. Also, yeah, it's also really fun. That is true. What they don't tell you about giving advice. Sometimes people are like, you know what, you're like my advice giving friend. You're like the friend that I go to for advice. I feel like you have like a really good way to give advice. And what they don't tell you about being like the advice friend is like it's so fun to give people advice. But watch out. There are meanings to the cards, but they're so easy to move about, and people who want you to be right will let you make the connections. Ah. Yeah, and that's kind of like bringing that back. That's kind of like back to that skill of cold reading or hard reading or whatever. I guess it is true that I think like with fortune telling as well, it also lets you. I don't know. I feel like the people who are doing fortune telling are definitely in the kind of position where they cannot take a step back themselves, and that's why it's so helpful for them to have someone else do that for them. I would thrive as an evil advisor. Technically, this is part of my stupid cat lore. God. I think ideally, in my career, in terms of like my career goal, my goal is absolutely to be a non-evil advisor. Like I feel like right now I'm at like a court clerk kind of level, but I feel like if I wanted to like give an endpoint for my career, I would absolutely want to be like a trusted advisor to someone in a position of power. I don't know. There's something romantic about it. I don't think I'd be a very good evil advisor because I think like either the things that I suggest are evil or like they're either good or evil, but like at the end of the day my suggestions are just my suggestions. I don't think I wouldn't be good at like specifically sticking to one kind or the other, I don't think. My goal is to be a court jester who is also like good with advice. I think that's a really good solid one, yeah. It bums me out a little bit. I didn't get to go to the library today because like it was such a fucking Yakuza sub story situation. I tried to go my normal route and the road was blocked by some construction. I'm like, you know what? All right, let's try a different route. So I took the long way around, and that one was also blocked by construction. And like, there is a way to eventually exit the construction zone if you took like a third long way around. But by that point, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just Let's just stay at home today. I gotta look evil and act evil and sound evil, but my advice is shit like, my lord, thine crops fail this summer. We should begin searching for other means to outsource from the kingdom and stockpile. Okay, so you are evil, but your advice is economically sound. That's a very important distinction to make, I feel, because like I feel like if you hire an evil advisor and it's just like somebody who likes to wear a lot of like goth clothing and is like and likes to mess with people, I think that's a whole different vibe from like dude who will urge you to like raise an orphanage or something. Banned from the library. Yeah, they said I was working out of the library too much. My brain was getting too big. My cranium, my frontal lobe too developed. My focus too powerful. They were like so scared that I didn't want to watch like a TikTok video. It was crazy. They're like, we gotta get this guy back on the streets. Well, actually, no. That still would have failed because I didn't go back to the streets. I stayed at home. We gotta keep this guy at his place of residence. Yeah, that doesn't sound as interesting. I've never downloaded like TikTok. I haven't either, to be honest. Back in the day, I used to dabble in the very occasional YouTube short as a random indulgence, but I've not downloaded TikTok, no. Saying this with like that one panel from The Way of the House Husband. Anything I see from TikTok is given to me by my friends. Precisely. Well, I should hope you're not being given TikToks by your enemies. I don't even know what kind of relationship that would be. I have a YouTube Shorts blocker, I won't lie. If it's shorter than 35 seconds, I don't care. Yeah, I mean, mine were mostly like cat video compilations. So I do fear that you're not missing out on much. I made the jacket a little bit too long, but that's okay. Hmm. Okay, well that's different. That's cat videos, right? I mean, there was there was cat videos, and there was one other thing as well, which was like this pair of dudes who kept going lionfish hunting. They would spear lionfish, and that was really fun. That was really fun as well because they kept like emphasizing like the impact they had on the environment. It was just cool to look at marine life. Is there something you like to have in the background while you do stuff? That depends on what I'm doing, honestly. Like, occasionally I will just have, like, YouTube videos of music or, like my Bandcamp or whatever playing in the background if I'm drawing. But other times I will have, like... Actually, something that I got into back in university that surprised even myself that I got into is actually ASMR videos. Especially late at night when I'm like, I'm not in the mood to really listen to music, and I just like load up an ASMR video. I am nice and relaxed and ready for once it's properly bedtime. Apparently lionfish are very tasty. I have heard of that. I was talking with Jay about how you raw dog the silence in these things, and it's wild to me because I gotta have sounds. I mean, I do technically have... You random man with a deep and calm voice, talk to me until I sleep. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I need Twitch to ignore what I'm about to say. I do actually have a little bit of sound playing in the background. Hang on, I can turn it up a tiny bit if it's not coming through very easily. But I do have it playing in the background. Like I have it through VLC player, and it is like a separate audio track on Twitch. It's not recorded in the VOD, and it's not recorded in like the YouTube export. But during the live thing, you can hear a little bit of background music. Like right now, we have something from Mid Jams playing, and I should probably stop incriminating myself at this point. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it turned up a little bit more. I don't think it particularly cuts into my speaking stuff. It's mostly barber beats and instrumental tracks. I think I have exactly one copy of Rolling Girl rummaging around in here somewhere. I probably end up listening to Bardcore Creep 18 times in a row again. Creep is such a good Bardcore song to cover, honestly. I don't know. I feel like at one point I'm going to have to try and cover Creep or try and sing karaoke and have Creep in it. Because you know what? Radiohead was right. What the hell am I doing here sometimes? I do wish I was special. Although nowadays I've also been getting recommended these like Japanese jazz fusion mixes and DJ sets, and those are also really nice. When thou was to be here before. Hang on, I don't know how to. I'm gonna stop myself from trying that one because I feel like I do not know the melody well enough to try it. Oh, thank you for sending that over. 18 times in a row, constant repeat, being normal about it. Sometimes that one song that you loop 18 times in a row for like a couple of days will save you. That's what they don't tell you, is that sometimes that song will save you. I don't remember, I can't bring to mind an exact example, but I do know a couple of times where like I was having a rough week at work and I just kept looping the same song over and over and being like, this play of the song will heal me. This is the one that's going to let me lock in. It will also annoy your wife until she never wants to hear Creep again. I'm single, so that's not really a problem. I can creep out as much as I like. God. That is... sorry, boys. I'd love to play... I'd love to play Bardcore cover Creep for you again. But, you know, the old ball and chain. Edmund, I swear, if you play that lute one more time, I am filing for a divorce. Agonies for me specifically. God. That'll be so... There has to have been at least one divorce caused by a lute, right? I sadly put down the lute. I know. So, there are things more important in this world than bardcore music, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately, even. It's just a fact of life. Ah, well, you know, she said no more loot tonight. But she didn't say nothing about Lears. I do know how to play the lute, but I don't have one. That is truly tragic, because I feel like that's Knowing how to play the lute is already such a niche skill. It must be very frustrating that you can't play it as much as you like. Fair business? You did mention that your nan helped out at those, so I could kind of see. I feel like maybe is that. I also know how to do ribbon dances. Is ribbon dancing that one where you twirl the ribbon around, or is it a different one, or is it the one that has like a big pole and it has the ribbon that is like surrounding it? Built different, built weird. I mean, that's not as. I think that is good. I do think it's important to have a broad range of skill sets. Oh, the gymnastics things. Okay. I feel like so many people that we talk to have just like these very niche areas of expertise that they never get to flex or never really get to discuss with others, just because either one, they don't have like the opportunity to discuss them, or two, they like don't even realize that it's a skill they could cultivate, and so they don't really think about it and they lose it very easily. I don't know. I think it's cool to have all kinds of different things you can do. I am of the opinion that freedom comes, broadly speaking, just from skill. So the more skills you have, the more free you are. It's also why I'm so obsessed with like DIY shit. I share wild ass lore all the time, and I only learn it's wild because people tell me it's wild. That's true. I didn't really have ribbon dancing or lute playing built into my curriculum, so I do think I do think it's rather exceptional. God, elf ears are so cute. Let's see. It's like, boss. Oh, what can you do, boss? Horse riding, archery, lute, salsa, tango, waltz, ballet, ribbon dancing. You have a lot of background in dancing. That's really impressive. And it's like, what? And I'm like, oh yeah, most people don't go to fairs and steal things. I mean, were you at the fair specifically to steal, or like is stealing like a separate skill set that somehow resulted in you learning how to horse ride? Like, did you have to, like, were you using the horse as a getaway vehicle for the theft? I mean, I could see those being easily available at Ren fairs. You could very easily commit grand theft horso. I was stealing at the fair for fun. Yeah, God, naughty. It's funny because my legs are weak as hell these days. Oh, that's rough. No, it's just like I'm short and cute and look very young. So let people really inclined to let me do things. That's. I'm sorry. That's really funny. The fact that it made people really inclined to let me do things includes stealing and theft, or presumably stealing and theft. That is actually really funny. It's like they had a tax for you. It's like, help! My goods have been pilfered. And it's like, oh yes, that's a local kid. Don't you worry. There, sweet child, very rascally. We love him. I like at 13 I was like 4'3" and had really big blue eyes that made me look very babyish. So people thought I was like 7. Well, you press every advantage that you can get, you know? So that is very impressive for someone like me who was like very much a very traditionally preppy kid who the worst thing that I stole was probably somebody's joke. Doing tarot readings, stole a lute and they taught me how to play it, stole a ribbon and they taught me how to do it, stole into performances and imitated them. You are like some kind of kleptomaniac taskmaster. That's fucking awesome. That's some kind of Skyrim questline as as training routine. Like, do you think that it was an unspoken rule at the Ren Fair that if you steal it, you teach it? Whatever keeps you occupied. Man, lock in. Oh god, that's really funny. So that sounds like they really liked you. So that is also a blessing. It sounds like you had fun. Okay, so that's gonna be around here, and then the legs are gonna be down here. There wasn't a rule or anything. I just got places I wasn't meant to be because I looked 7 and was there with my aunt. I was like, screw it, let the kid be a kid. And I'm like, eh. I do think that if I'm ever like gonna get in trouble for anything, it is probably going to be just like accidentally, well, not even accidentally, just like wandering into a place where I'm not supposed to be and not knowing that I'm not supposed to be there until like I'm taken to the security office. Like my general rule is that as long as they don't have any signs that say like keep out and they have the door unlocked, then there's nothing wrong with you entering that room. And if there is, it's like, well, buddy, there wasn't a sign. How was I supposed to know? You get taken into the security office and hit him with a cool fursuit. Nice callback. Nice callback. God, I'm just imagining myself trying to like flirt my way out of getting arrested like that, like just like pretending to twirl my hair. Like that's that's a really nice fursuit you got there. God, I don't know. I can be very charming, but am I charming enough to get out of this hypothetical situation? How Paths met my brother. I cannot wait to be the star of my own 9-season sitcom. Some people are like, oh, my life is a movie. Brother, my life is a nationally syndicated television show that's been running since the 90s. Yeah. In a lot of regards, being a VTuber has taken a lot from me, but I do think the best thing about it that it has given me is that now my charms are able to come out much more quickly. My life is a documentary on the old thing of Mary Sue's. God, you're you're gonna be like one of the last. You're gonna be like one of the survivors from kind of like a particular Mary Sue cycle. Because you hear one story about my life and you're like main character syndrome, but it's real. There you do happen to run into people like that, right? Where like it's like wow, shit just seems to happen to you so frequently, good and bad, or occasionally just even benign. Shit does just happen is the thing. Like that's what people don't tell you about like your life, and you only kind of realize it as you kind of get older. If you find that your life is too peaceful, it's because you're not putting yourself in enough situations where shit can happen to you. And that the thing like the thing about shit happening to you broadly speaking is that it is both a thing of opportunity and like luck, but it is also very much a skill you can cultivate. I like my peace these days, so like no more leaving the house, thank you. Shoot, I think I might have made these ears a little bit lopsided. How do I fix that? Fuck it, ear extension surgery. Foreshortening. God. I was gonna. Okay, so this is a cursed thought. Do you know? Do you think that like similar to how we have certain um medicinal drugs, right? Like you've got a Viagra, you've got a Zempic, you've got a whatever. Do you think that elves would also have that for their ears? Like, do you think like an elf would need to like get like a bottle of like ear perk or whatever at the pharmacist? Or at the alchemist, which is what they are as what you call as they are fantasy creatures. If this is like a fantasy setting and not urban legend. I mean, I can wiggle my ears a little bit. Well, okay, I feel it in my soul that I could that if I had ears, I could wiggle them a little bit. So I do imagine that like they can achieve tumescence. My mother had ear stapling surgery. Was this after somebody talked her ear off? Because I know that can happen. In theory, this can go the opposite way. Oh no, it's cosmetic. If you think your ears are out too much, then you can get them like stapled to your skull. Oh, that's what it is. I see, I see. force them to restructure themselves backward. Those were always the ones that I always feel like are the ones that would suck the most to get, though. Is because like that one and like the one where you where you do something to your stomach so it like has lower capacity so you get less hungry, or like you can eat less. Like it is also like a sort of body modification if you think about it, but it's also, I don't know. It's, I guess in theory, a lot of surgery is horrifying conceptually. I wouldn't object to that one. I won't lie. I'm always hungry. That's a problem that I have as well. I feel like my appetite is like way bigger than it should be for a guy who doesn't go outside very much or very often. Like, I will say though, there is some going back to like that topic of like weirdly gender affirming things. I do feel like there is something that is very gender affirming in just absolutely demolishing a huge thing of food. Like today, I was like, oh man, I got these like baked potatoes, and I got like these fucking gyoza that I fried, and I got some rice with me. Am I really gonna be able to put this all away? And then I did, and I'm like, still got it. I mean, I tell you the McDonald's order that fills me. Usually people are like, are you fucking okay? Do you have a tapeworm? I don't think I do. I doubt I have one. Usually, like, you can find, like, tapeworm segments in, like, your stool and such, right? I don't know. I feel like I would have noticed by now if I had a tapeworm. Because, like, usually that genuinely, like, gets you down past a certain point, right? Like, having a tapeworm fucking messes with you insane style past a certain point, from what I understand. None of these are particularly calling out to me for this one. It's hard to say. I like these kung fu ones, but they're not with... I don't know. What the more detailed and like mechanical looking a character looks, the more I feel like putting them in a situation that's like very casual looking. Large Big Mac meal with fries and a shake, a double cheeseburger, 20 chicken nuggets, 10 cheese bites, and a donut. I would not be able to clear. Yeah, no, that is a significant portion of food. You know what? I kneel. I kneel. And that's like to fill you up, right? Like that. Like, okay, is it... Okay, so when you say fill you, does that mean like, you know, full tank, I could not eat another bite, I'm stuffed? Or is that like, yeah, I could keep going on this? Because those are like two worlds apart for me. Keep in mind, I'm 5 foot. Full tank, but could probably keep going. Whew. I am impressed. I am very much impressed. Yeah, no, there's not much I can say about that. That is a... I understand why people would react with like worry to that. You know, because like I'll back when I used to eat McDonald's, I used to like get myself like 2 breakfast sandwiches, and like I'd be like, oh man, I'm really doing too much out here. That's where the Sona being a black hole comes from. Nice. Very appropriate. I like how you link that back to your personality or your character traits. I suppose eating a lot is not a personality trait. I don't think. I mean, it could be. I guess. Starving white boy. I'm so hungry. Yeah, no. I don't think it's a personality trait, but it is a character trait, and I'd be hungry. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense from what you've told me. But yeah, no. Even though it is very impressive, I get what you mean though, because it's so annoying because it's so expensive to keep yourself fed. Like that's the main reason why I've been trying to decrease my own appetite by like, giving myself slightly smaller portions. Isn't because I'm worried about my weight or anything. It's because it's like costing a lot of money. It's like I looked at my grocery bill. I looked at how much food it bought me and I looked at how much that would last me in terms of days, and I genuinely got annoyed. Like I got a little pissed off. I try that, I'm like still hungry and I can't like function, and I'll be like, okay, I'll lower my portions. No, it doesn't work as a thing. Or I mean, I guess it's because maybe I'm also not changing what I'm eating, right? Because I imagine that the reason that that portion thing works is because you're also making specific changes to your diet to adapt to the lower portions. Like my dad is super into like this dieting shit. He has a very strict diet regimen because he wants to live to be like 900 or something. But he like measures out his food in like grams and everything. He like balances what he's eating and everything, and it's like for him it probably does work. And to be honest, my dad is like a beacon of discipline as well, so like it's also he's also got that going for him. I feel like even if he was starving to death, he would just be like, no, he'd be too locked in to really say anything about it or let it affect him in any major way. It's not as a thing. Like he is eating enough. Like he does eat like regularly and enough meals a day, but or at least I don't imagine that's what it is. It could be. I'm not a psychologist. I don't have enough details on his normal actions to really conclude on that decisively. I doubt that it is, because I feel like then my mom would have absolutely said something. But yeah, compared to like my method of just like eating as much as I need to feel full, whatever fills the stomach, it does feel like it's a little bit strongly regimented, or a little bit too strongly regimented. No, my mom's got a great head on her shoulders, so she would absolutely keep him out of trouble. And he also does indulge himself from time to time, is the thing. Like he, like I I get so mad at myself for how I eat because I've tried to dietitian myself, but no amount of fruit or veg or additional water fills me. Yeah, it's rough out there, isn't it? So I'm here in despair, miserably eating my eighth donut. That is the thing as well, isn't it? Like, past a certain point, you also, like, just stop enjoying the food. Like, you need to eat it to fill your stomach, and, like, past a certain point, it's like, I don't even taste this anymore. Like, I just want to be full already. At least that's what I found my problem with it was as well. Like, past a certain point, I just got tired of chewing. I'm just hungry. I'm just hungry. Why am I so hungry? Black hole moment. Black hole moment would be a kill shot kind of catchphrase. Also, I'm going to take a little bit of artistic license with this post and have it arm out because this design does not appear to have pockets. Okay, and then over here. Me, me eating my third portion of spaghetti bolognese or whatever it's called, black hole moment. She. Oh shit, that reminds me. I actually have some ground beef to make spaghetti. I should make some soon. With a little bit of Parmesan too. Oh yeah, that'd be nice. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of go in like this. Been meaning to make a grilled cheese with tomato soup. Ooh, nice. Okay, and this one's gonna have a little segment over here. This is like an armored design, so it's I really want to get the details right. Oh no, I just realized the arm and the head aren't aligned. Hang on. Buttery cheese, bread, and tomato goes hard. Who's this one? This is some... I actually don't know this person myself personally. It's this person called Kickwriter on Twitter. I think they're called, like, Writer... Hang on. Let me double check this. They are called... Writer Kick Productions. Their their Twitter screen name is Ghost of the Imperium's Karma, RKP. I don't know what that's a reference to, but you know, I kind of rock with it. I think they must have been like a retweet from V or something because I don't really rock too hard with like tokusatsu myself. I do know some basic concepts and ideas and you know the main series and whatnot. And I watched Build along with V's group in the server, but outside of that I'm not super versed in it myself. I'm still like a Bugman white belt. Okay, so this is like a four-way thingamajig. You gotta start somewhere. I'm just a little mascot. That is crazy that, like, by creating my Ryza Man persona, I have actually kind of, like, dug myself into this hole where I'm going to be associated with, like, tokusatsu stuff. If, like, J or V ever wants, like, a backup, like, random guy to put into their toku stuff, they can just use my rice ass as a sort of background character. Oh god, I think I'm the most valid person to claim the phrase tokusatsu tourist. That is really funny, actually. We have before, I think. I do remember that happening for at least like one of the New Year ones, right? I think for a certain New Year's artwork, I think y'all did include me in the background. Oh, the human rice form. Right, the fucking redraw of that one scene. Yeah, with V and Dukes. I remember that. Was that like the winterized one where like we were all wearing like winter stuff? That was fun. From Wizard, okay. There we go. I remember specifically because I asked Jay how it was, and she was like, "That's a hat, not hair," and I threw my pen across the room. Oh, that is gonna be so much worse. I've recently redesigned like my human form, and now the human form. Hang on, let me find some scratch paper I can do this on. Fucking. How about this one? This one should do. I've recently made some changes to the human form. I thought I was... God, that is rough. But yeah, hang on. So, like... Let's do a super quick sketch of the rice form, right? Well, you can see it on screen, but I just like drawing it as well. There we go, Pap speed draw that. Yeah, fucking little thing. Yeah, no, it is a lot of fun to draw the rice form, especially if I'm just like doodling or shit randomly, right? But like, because I felt like the human form was a little bit too... I don't know how to put it. It felt like such a disconnect from my rice form. Right? Because, like, the rice form is very stocky, very fat, and, like, the human form has, like, regular human proportions. And so I wanted to try and kind of bridge that gap a little bit. And so what I eventually came up with was to make the ears bigger. And to make the hair, like, much more squarish. It looks like I'm the fifth lost beetle. Yeah, it looked too human is the problem. I gave myself like a little cowlick that was supposed to represent like the little fold at the top of the bag. And you know, the normal mouth as well. No neck. No distinction between the jaw and the neck. Like, that still looks fairly human, but it does look much more alike to the rice form already, just by eliminating the neck. I'm still not sure whether to make the pants like properly rolled up to my shins or whatever. But yeah, also making the human form shorter and more stocky. Gives you a new Shanka. Sadly, I do have that planned for the for the bucket slash tools human form, so I can't co-opt that one. I did think about like giving myself a little beanie though. That's supposed to represent like the bag turned upside down. But I don't know, I feel like that gives the wrong vibe. Right? Like I feel like I should look a little bit like I should look at least a little bit dorky. I should not look like necessarily a normal human. We need to decrease the swag. Decrease it. All of my swag comes from my personality and the way I carry myself, my panache. At least that's what I feel. That is also why I enjoy these hand cam streams as well, because I feel like that comes through a lot more easily than when I'm just drawing something virtually. I do think if you could try to just add more swag to me generally, I would like explode, like one of those old Star Trek episodes where they were like, "Oh God, this demon is like sucking up our ship's engine's energy. What do we do?" And they're like, "Put the ship into overdrive. It'll explode." And you know that usually works. Pop it. God. Going into swag overload. I'm like that one music video of like that like Soviet lab experiment that had the shoes that were too fly, and it just made everything explode. That was such a funny music video. Did not age particularly well, but you know how it is. Okay, so this one is gonna kind of come in like this a little bit, it feels like. Okay. I don't know, drawing anybody in this kind of pose like this gives some serious Spider-Man vibes to me. Listen, my favorite music video when I was a kid had two women making out barely dressed in an igloo on a bed of ice and furs. And that experiment, that was the birth of Babs. No idea what you mean by the igloo thing. I don't think I know that one. Was that a tattoo song? Or T-A-T-U, or however you would pronounce it. Spider-Man's influence is everywhere. That's true. It's a lot like that. It's a lot like that one meme about like the creepier wet gym. Look inside the superhero. Ask the superhero author if it's Batman or Spider-Man. He's confused. Pull out a complicated flowchart showing the precise difference between Spider-Man and Batman. He laughs. It's a good hero, sir. Look inside. It's Iron Fist. I haven't even fucking read any Iron Fist comics. I don't even know what that dude's deal is. Club Bazaar by Brooklyn Bounce. And I gotta tell you, that one didn't age well either. That's rough. I don't be reading comics, me neither, to be quite honest. I'm more of a manga man myself. Okay, how many of these do we have? We gotta go back and erase and correct and all that other junk. We could be here for a little bit longer. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 9 of these little guys, huh? Light work if I do say so myself. But yeah, the good news is that because this is the rest of this is just going to be erasing and then just adding the, details on the shading. I'm anticipating it to be fairly smooth sailing. I was supposed to be drawing myself, but I don't like it, so it's Pab's hours. Hey, I do appreciate you keeping me company. You've been really nice to talk to. So I appreciate it. Alright, time to apply my good old friend correction fluid. I like yapping. Me too. I do find that is like something that I notice about myself, that if I start chatting in a VTuber stream, I don't shut the fuck up ever. Like, if I have, that probably means that I've tapped out. Or that I'm working on something in the background. I don't know, I feel like that's helpful though in like for smaller streamers. Because I feel like I get to make my little jokes, and they get to enjoy engagement. It's a fair trade. For my birthday, we're probably going to be doing a drawing stream, and I do need to get out of my drawing rut, TBH. That's good. I think that's good. Streaming, I will say that like streaming has been like the #1 reason that I have not fallen off on drawing, even for a second in the past 4 years. Like, in terms of just things that keep you drawing for a long, long time, streaming has definitely been up there for me. That's just, I don't know, just having that obligation to draw has been really helpful. I mean, I've been drawing fairly consistently, but I never know what to draw. I mean, that's kind of why I started taking requests, so... Oh. I do get what you mean, though. Like, sometimes it does feel like you just need something to get insane about for a couple of weeks, and just get the urge to draw out of your system. No one ever takes me up on requests. Aww. I mean, it could also just be something that you're randomly obsessed with. Like, I remember the other day I tried to do one of the stuff that I found on fucking that one Twitter account that's like stuff from jackets and hats from eBay, and that shit went hard as hell. Just stuff whoever in one of those. Okay, and just here as well. That should be good. But yeah, no. I will admit some envy for people like there's this one Hololive artist, Hyde, who loves the hell out of Fubuki. Like that dude is like Fubuki's #1 shooter. And like he just draws her every day, you know, very regularly. It's just like that one character. And I have some envy for that because it does feel like people like that are the closest to escaping samsara. Like just that single-minded dedication and, you know, I guess affection for one specific subject feels, you know, it's like I want to draw this thing, I want to draw this thing. Like it has to be stifling to some extent, I imagine, but I think it must be very liberating to just be like, hey, you know what? It's 6 a.m. Oh boy, time to draw Fubuki again. I can't get obsessed with some guy, but my issue is that I don't want to draw them. I want to be insane about them. Ah, my weakness is actually backgrounds. That one's tough to get over. I've been able to get over it to some extent by exploiting Clip Studio Paint's 3D objects, and that's how I got a lot of my knowledge of poses and such too. Oh wait, you mean you love drawing backgrounds? All right, I forgot I'm allowed to post in the server. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. Ah, oh. Now I understand your problem. So like you like drawing backgrounds, but it's very difficult to get insane about backgrounds. Is that what you mean? Either way, it sounds like a tough problem to have. It's difficult to not just draw, check out this field 400 times. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you could become like the next John Von Eyck or whatever. If you have a strong enough knack for backgrounds, I'm sure you can do something incredible. Alternatively, you could pull some ingenious loci type shit and just make the background be alive. Hey, nice callback. I like that because you said like A, it sounds like you're a New Yorker yelling that to me from a cab or some shit. I don't think I'm good at them. I just like them. I mean, that's enough. I feel like that's half the way to being good, though. Like, if you like drawing something, that means you've probably at least got some practice at it. I do comic work for her, you see. Ah. I do have a bad habit of going, yeah, boss, whenever my friend or employer gives me work. Hmm. Have you ever thought about doing your own comic? Like, is there a story that you in particular would want to tell? I have. Nice. I think most people who enjoy drawing do have at least one or two of those in the back pocket, just a comic idea that they've always wanted to execute on. I have one too, but I've been trying to figure out a way that is more bearable for me to make it realizable as a published work. Because I'm gonna be real, I'm a genuine beast, and I'm a different type of animal. But I don't think I got it in me to make a comic with the length of the story that I'm planning to tell. I had a whole thing planned out and stuff, but then I was like, I don't think that would be cooking. Jupiter. At one point, I considered becoming some kind of henchman-ish VTuber, and I'm glad I did it. No, see, I've like had this comic in mind since I was like 15. Yeah, that's what I am talking about. That exactly. Like that is also that is very much the common situation. It is sadly a many such cases kind of situation. Make your Undertale, I suppose. That is the thing. It is very difficult to make your Undertale. High pressure, but I assume you get what I'm referring to. It's good to have high expectations for yourself, though. I think that's important in order to kind of be motivated to make something great. Because, like, why shouldn't you kick a little ass? I have the plot. I have drawn out the first few pages. Okay, sounds good so far. And then I was like, there's no way, I'm just not good enough at art to do this. I kind of get what you mean. Like, I feel like if I... My issue is not one of skill, because, like, I... Again, younger brother syndrome maybe talking here like the Green Goblin mask. But I've never had like an issue of like doubting my own skill, because like I've always been like, okay, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna get there one way or another. But like, what I have been worried about is like I will eventually abandon this fucking thing like a child at an orphanage. I have this whole document of characters and descriptions and shit, and conceptually I could start it, but I wouldn't like do it justice, I guess. God, that is such a mood. But no, I do think it's good to still keep those, right? I don't know, they're very precious memories, and I still like going back and reading the old stuff that I've written about, like, you know, some random idea I had when it was like finals week in middle school, and I was like, oh god, I need to get my brain away from this or else I will explode. I don't like myself enough for that? You'll get there someday, I'm sure. If you keep living your life virtuously and with courage, I'm sure that there will come a day when you can face yourself in the mirror and be like, you know what, I am goated. I am goated with the sauce. And you know what? I think I'm ready to break it down sexual style. Ay, ay, ay. Quirked up white boy busting it down. Sequential style. Am I good with the thoughts? That's the trick, is the thing. Like, even if you aren't actually good with the sauce, you need to at all times act like you are. I think that really is the trick behind it all, is that I think, like, as long as you can panic, you can have doubt, you can realize that, you know what, maybe you needed more training for this, or you're gonna need to, like, get stronger to do this one particular task. But you must never ever pretend like you're not hot shit, because that's when it all kind of falls apart. It's like, you know how like a helicopter rotor is like the one thing, it's like a bunch of different moving parts, and if it stops moving, it'll eventually like break apart and be disastrous. It's kind of like that. You kind of have to take that approach. You need to constantly think to yourself, man, I am fucking awesome. I don't recall the particulars, but I believe Undertale was something like Toby Fox doing a version of Deltarune before he committed to actually executing Deltarune. And you do hear that a lot. You do hear, like, start out small. You know, don't do the thing that you've dreamt of since you were 15 first. Like, do something small first. Like, you know, getting written up on, like, the finale of Homestuck, I guess. I have been faking it for years. I would like to lay down instead. I don't word this better, but as you can imagine, searching Undertale Deltarune is not very helpful when it comes to finding the source. Yeah, no. Yeah, we all know that Deltarune is a story that Toby Fox has been writing since he was 15. That's second nature to us Undertale fans. I do get what you mean, though. I do feel like past a certain point, it would be exhausting to just keep being like that. You know, because it's all you keep it gangster for so long, and past a certain point, you just kind of want to be vulnerable for a little while. I do get that. Very often, I think that's kind of also how, to some extent, I try to avoid burnout, is like, I see it in terms of like filling things and then emptying them back out. Like if I do work on a big project, that's like me emptying out everything that I've been able to accumulate, and, you know, all the techniques that I've been meaning to learn, all the things that I've been trying to do. And it is vital to, after that, take some time and be like, okay, how do I refill that? And, you know, that can take a lot of different forms, it feels like. Well, that's how it is for me, at least. And it has caused some issues before. Times where I've had to, like, refill myself, and then, you know, it's at, like, the worst possible moment I could be doing it, because, like, it's not actually done. I refill by watching awful isekai anime. I can understand that. I do feel like I can understand that, because I feel like truly awful isekai anime. I keep tripping on these gems of isekai shit if you close your eyes to the harem. And if you close your eyes... That is the thing, isn't it? Like, the thing is, in order for something to... Especially for it to have, like, an anime production, it has to have legs in some respect. It has to be compelling in some respect. It cannot be pure slop, because anime is very expensive to produce. I mean, manga, that's a much more different ballgame, because, like, anybody can fucking make a manga, anybody can make a webcomic. So it's much harder to do, like, quality control. But if it has like a televised anime, then that is already itself to a degree. Like, I'm not saying that every televised anime ever has been good. Quite the opposite. But I do think, like, in order for it to be televised, it has to have some kind of draw beyond, you know, whatever busty anime, busty industry plant they're trying to push on otaku on the day. There's this one that drives me crazy because it's like the goddess thinks he's ugly, so she blesses him in a curse, right? Okay. Wait, what? God, that's actually really funny. You're so ugly you need a divine intervention. That's gotta be harsh. Like, like, does the guy know? Does the guy who got blessed / cursed know? Or is he just like, oh wow, this goddess is so kind. And I do wonder why she changed my appearance when I arrived in this world, though. Oh man, she was like, ew, ew, this is not my hero. Oh, that's rough. That is really funny, but that's so rough. He knows and he hates her. She didn't change his appearance at all. Holy fuck. That's crazy. That's so fucking funny, actually. Imagine you meet the god of the world that you're being reincarnated to, and like she tells you you're ugly to your face, and you can just like flip her off, and you just have some fucking some fucking like sitcom as rivalry. Okay, so funny, compelling premise. Okay, sure, but what is the twist? I can feel that there is a twist. As it develops, he grows into like becoming the fucking devil? Damn, this incel shit is serious. Wait, no, that's actually... Wait, what? Oh, that's really funny. There's literally a bit where he actually decimates an entire army because they think he's the hero, keep trying to fight him. Wait, so okay, so the goddess is like, I'm not fucking with your ugly ass at all. Go out into the world and stop being my problem. But everybody else is still like, okay, that guy's definitely the one chosen by the goddess, right? And like, does anybody else think he's ugly? Like, or is that just like the goddess's taste and everybody else is like, you're okay, but sadly we are trying to wage a war on God. The dynamics of this are so fascinating. This is like when like you have a this is like some fucking Marty McFly shit where the school principal got spurned by your mom when he was in high school, so now he's trying to make your life a living hell. God, that is nuts. Imagine getting ousted from the Pantheon just because you thought some dude was a little ugly. Well, that's what you get for judging people by their appearances, I suppose. Wait, people are ugly. People think he's ugly because they're racist? What the fuck? That is... What the fuck? You know, the thing is, though, like, sometimes they do have a fascinating premise, but it does just, like... He goes around trying to, like, build himself a life that he can be proud of and be happy living. Oh... I'm guessing Fate has other plans for him. Okay. There is something very calming about cross-hatching. And the other... But the goblin has summoned two other heroes. One of them is a chuny who will kill to hide that he's a loser. And the other is a traumatized lesbian who lost her girlfriend in the war the goddess summoned her to fight. God, that is... Wait. No, hang on. A traumatized lesbian who lost her girlfriend in the war the goddess summoned her to fight. Oh shit, that is that's also really crazy. Like the war, but also like wait. God. So she's like, my pretty people are failing. I'll send in the ugly one to fight for me. Deploy the... Yes, deploy the slime, man. It does sound very much like like a very common story of a reluctant hero, albeit with like like almost like pantheon, very classical Roman kind of like divine implications. This does very much feel like almost like this person that you roomed with when you were like in college tries to hit you up for like $20 out of university because they're like, no, dude, remember that one time I lent you my hairdryer? You totally owe me. And it's like, no. It's actually pretty hard hitting. I can imagine. Another one down. What else? How many more we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're a little less than halfway done. Oh shit! Here's Metal Sonic. You get to see a soldier who has survived his death nuke blast, and he's sobbing on the floor about how the goddess has left him and her heroes are all false, and this one that comes into darkness is a terrifying force, and he never wants to see him again. God. That is always the best when like the voice actor fully commits to the bit. Or I guess it's not the bit, I guess that's just normal acting, huh? But yeah, it is really the best when the voice actor really commits to it, because I feel like that's when you really feel bought into the world. It's meant to be a wholly terrifying scene as you realize that no, honestly, he did something so awful and nightmarish without a second thought. Oh. Huh. You know, I actually come to think of it, trying to magic nuke a battlefield just because you're pissed off at like, the person who brought you, you know, who did make fun of you, yes, for sure, but also, like, brought you into this alternative reality, that would be a little bit of an overreaction. There's a bit where he stabs someone to death slowly, and he admits that he only cried because he didn't feel anything about it. Christ. That's a bit much. Yeah, no, that is extremely edgy, but it is a fascinating moment. Like that, I would have expected that to be like in fucking American Psycho or some shit, not the seasonal isekai harem, or if it is a harem, I suppose. That reminds me of this one bit where I was reading a really crappy Wuxia Cultivator webcomic, right? And in one of the scenes, the main character visits this one village that is like very full of like, you know, it's full of like peaceful people. People are nice there. You know, he trips in the street, people help him up. And every single moment that he's in there, he is freaked the fuck out because like he's so used and accustomed to being in places where people are trying to kill him that he's like, wait, what the fuck? Why are you all so peaceful? What, this place is fucked up. Keep in mind the other MCs here are a hot booby dragon lady who wants to be a samurai and a spider lady who can't cook. Christ. Yeah, they'd really hit you with that out of nowhere if that's the case. Really funny that the traditionally Western hot booby dragon lady wants to be a samurai, though. There we go. I think that's some decent cross-hatching. Oh shoot, I should have erased out the lines. Slag Metal Sonic at the bus stop chugging vinegar. Okay, I gotta be very careful with this next one. Why is this not... Oh, that's smudged. Oh, that's not good. Oh well. Actually, we can probably fix that a little bit. Hang on. Nothing a good old douse of the old correction fluid won't fix. Just a little bit more. Really having to hit this one a lot with the correction fluid, my god. Oh well, it'd be like that. I will say I vastly prefer the pen type corrector fluids to the ones that are like the little brush types. Much easier to apply. Okay, and then we can do the same thing for this middle part. Except we do need to have a thing here. I never use corrector fluid because I always commit 100%, which is to say I sketch in pen. Yeah. I mean, usually I do just draw freehand with a ballpoint pen. Like, that's usually what my sketchbook is like in there. But I try to use the pencil sketches for these because I'm still not... You know, these characters are precious to someone, right? So I try to make sure that I can capture it with more accuracy using a pencil sketch. Not to mention, it is just a pain to use ballpoint and pencil. I need a new sketchbook. I filled all of mine already. Yeah. I've actually noticed that I've only recently started filling up my sketch... I got myself a new sketchbook because my old one ran out. And the problem is that I draw so much digitally that I don't have an opportunity to fill it. But nowadays, I've been writing stuff down in there. I've been doing a bunch of different little things in there. I've had a much greater opportunity to fill it out. So I'm very grateful for that. Whenever that happens, sometimes the card slips and I fear that I'm going to tear it in half. It is such like a gut-wrenching emotion. Like, oh god, is this it? Okay, then over here. There we go. Oh yeah, the paper shifting under there. It's like no. It's very similar to the feeling of, say, a realization that you're on an airplane going to a country 4,000 kilometers away, and you've forgotten your wallet at home. But like packed into an instant. Here we go. Okay, yeah, this was the right move. For me, it's similar to realizing very suddenly that the spoon you're holding, you're not actually holding because nothing ever touches you, unable to truly hold something because there's always atom space between you and the universe is so fast, and throws a teaspoon across the kitchen. Well, that seems counterintuitive. Now you've increased the distance between your atoms and the spoon's atoms. Like, if the issue is that the atoms aren't touching, you're not exactly helping. I mean, honestly, I've never really been like the kind that gets freaked out by like atomic stuff. I get freaked out by like time stuff. The atoms are scary. I had to get rid of it. Okay, that I can understand. Let me tell you, you've never known true fear until you've had an atom be mad at you. Worst shit ever. Okay, and then just a tiny little cover up here. I guess you would also be able to see the tube top up here, huh? Now you've heard of splitting hairs, now get ready for splitting atoms. Wait! And then there's like that stock footage of like the Bikini Atoll nuclear blast. No, that shadow looks weird. I don't even know if that nuclear blast stock footage is the one from a Bikini Atoll. That could be a completely unrelated nuclear explosion, for all I know. Bikini Atoll could be stealing valor right now, and we wouldn't even know. One day I'll be able to torment people with SpongeBob Moon 4. SpongeBob Moon 1984? I'm not sure I understand what that one means. Let's see. Here's a video of SpongeBob dancing over atomic blast footage? Huh. I'm not sure I get it. It sounds very avant-garde. With the Majora's Mask Moon falling music over it. Okay, now I'm starting to see the picture more clearly. Like, see, I didn't understand what was SpongeBob dancing over the atomic explosion stock footage was supposed to convey, but then with the Majora's Mask music over it, now it's like, okay, you've brought me back on. It just hits different. Not good, just different. It's one of those situations, huh? I understand that. Okay, and then just with the skirt plates being a little bit emphasized. That would also be a great time to correct the ear graft. I don't want to draw more animals, but the other option is going to Unity and planning out that stupid animatic backgrounds. Ear extensions. Yeah. I feel like in Elven society, ear extensions wouldn't have any, like, sexual connotations, but they would be, like, the equivalent of, like, a short guy wearing lifts. You know what I mean? It's like it's not like a it is still very much like a self security thing, but like like there is very much like a sort of undertone of as Titania, I wouldn't know. Titania wouldn't know either because I feel like hers are just like stupidly long naturally. Gender affirming big ass ears. Yes, sir. God, I do feel bad for people who are like, oh, you know, my ideal gender, my ideal kind of personal identity is like a cyborg or like a robot, because like there are certain body modifications you can make to make that more applicable, right? Like there is very much those people who are into like body hacking and, you know, grafting technology onto themselves and had like a huge, what do you call, like it has like a huge sub community for it. But like in terms of just like fully roboticizing yourself, there's very little on the market. I once saw someone that thought that it was actually sexual dimorphism in elves, gender affirming prosthetics. Yep. Certainly would like to be able to walk to places properly. That would be funny as a gender idea, or like as a gender, just like gender loves to wander around aimlessly. I do think that in the near future, if we finally stop locking into this stupid fucking AI shit, the next step we should have is to like create wheelchairs that have like drone rotors that can just like let the disabled people fly anywhere. I feel like that would be a big step up from like the current technology which we have. My gender is Snufkin. My just like wandering around like a vagrant, like feeling very much in your identity. That would be kind of badass, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I've discussed gender more than I do normally. I feel like I very rarely discuss it, but there are some things where I'm like, yeah, no, this makes me feel like who I am. They genuinely want that kind of lifestyle for the longest time. I can see the appeal in it. I can. I like traveling. I like going to places and seeing things. Hmm. It is kind of chic to have a flirtation with a wandering lifestyle in your mid-30s. A world at large very unsafe. That is also true. I got my fill of that when I was younger, and like, I used to live in a city that had a very good rail system, and I would just like hop on a train one time and walk for an entire day, just wandering around trying to find an art gallery for a thing that I had to do for school. But other than that, it was very peaceful. I'm almost 30, so it's almost my time. Well, you know, 30 is the new 20. You still have opportunities if you take if you it's not about what's right or like where you should be at. It's about what you want. I will say that I'm not looking forward to the eventuality of like because I'm currently 25. I am precisely in my mid 20s, and let me tell you, I am not looking forward to the eventuality of people calling me Unk. That shit's gonna piss me off so bad. Being older than you is so wild. In what regard? That's the thing about me is that up until recently, I was very accustomed to being the youngest person in the room at all times. So now, whenever I meet somebody new, it's like, oh, they're older than me. That's not wild. You just seem more mature than me. That's. I'll take the compliment. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, the boots also.